my own fantasies. Don't want somebody else taking the place of me. I'll always be the girl born from a tragedy. I'll never give up, never let go, fade away. Isn't it obvious my love for this life? Giving me such a rush and making me high. How free is your mind? Are your eyes wide open? If you feel like you're falling behind, come along, we're going. How far do you wanna go? How far do you wanna go? How far do you wanna go? How free is your mind? Are your eyes wide open? If you feel like you're falling behind, come along, we're going. How free is your mind? Are your eyes wide open? If you feel like you're falling behind, come along, Take a seat right over there. Sat on the stairs, stay or leave. The cabinets are bare and I'm unaware of just how we got into this mess. Got so aggressive. I know we meant all good intentions. So pull me closer. Why don't you pull me close? Why don't you come on over? I can't just let you go. Oh baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? In the middle, baby. Why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? In the middle. Oh, take a step back for a minute into the kitchen. Floors are wet and taps are still running, dishes are broken. How did we get into this mess? Got so aggressive. I know we meant all good intentions. So pull me closer. Why don't you pull me close? Why don't you come on over? I can't just let you go. Oh baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? In the middle. Looking at you, I can't lie. Just pouring out admission, regardless of my objection. Oh, and it's not about my pride. I need you on my skin. Just come over, pull me in, just. Oh, baby, why don't you just meet me in the middle? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? In the middle, no, no, baby. Why don't you just meet me in the middle? Oh yeah, I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle? Oh, in the middle, baby. Why don't you just meet me in the middle, baby? I'm losing my mind just a little. So why don't you just meet me in the middle, middle, in the middle, middle. Is there something in between what I want, what I need? It's too late to fall asleep. Try to rest, try to dream. I can't think, I can't see straight. I can't breathe, no, I can't wait. Oh no, oh no. Too much is never enough, no, it's never enough for me. Oh no. It keeps breathing me alive. It's the only thing I need to survive. Won't someone save me, please? 'Cause I need a remedy. Desire's my disease, always seems to follow me. I don't wanna bear this weight. I don't wanna seal my fate. Oh no, oh no. tonight. Too much is never enough. No, it's never enough for me. Oh no. Too much is never enough. No, it's never enough for me. Oh no. It's close enough to touch. 'Cause too much is never enough. Oh no. It keeps breathing me alive. It's the only thing I need to survive. It keeps breathing me alive. It's the only thing I need to Do you remember when we felt so free? Boys like you and girls like me. 1,000 summers in my memory. Boys like you and girls like me. We fight the dawn is what you said to me. Boys like you and girls like me. How can they know just how it felt to be? Boys like you and girls like me. When you held my hand, electricity was raining down. Can you hear that sound? Light a match, we're burning up this town. And if I close my eyes, I can taste it, can erase it. Some things aren't meant to last forever. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire. Keep pushing like a set free. Some things you can't release, burning, burning like a wildfire, wildfire. We live forever in my fantasy. Boys like you and girls like me. Can't find the words and I can't escape it. Boys like you and girls like me. When you held my hand, electricity was raining down. Can you hear that sound? Light a match, we're burning up this town. And if I close my eyes, I can taste it, can erase it. Some things aren't meant to last forever. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire. Some hearts aren't meant to last together. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire. Keep pushing like a set free. Some things you can't release, burning, burning like a wildfire, wildfire. Keep pushing like a set free. Can't stop the memories, burning, burning like a wildfire, wildfire. Another time, another place. I see your eyes on a stranger's face and I'm frozen. How could we know? How could we see how beautiful that this could be? I'm frozen. Some things aren't meant to last forever. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire. Some hearts aren't meant to last together. Some hearts they burn like a wildfire, wildfire. Some things aren't meant to last forever. Some things you can't release. real, but I kept growing. Blessing my life with all my heart. Clear my life and reach inside. Blessing my life with all my heart. Clear my life and reach inside. Listen, 1, 2 now. Ooh, was it worth it? Am I worth it? The pain worth it? I don't know. Who knows? Was it worth it? Am I worth it? The pain worth it? I don't know. Was it worth it? Am I worth it? The pain worth it? I don't know. Who knows? Was it worth it? Am I worth it? The pain worth it? I don't know. Who knows? Spread your wings now. Fly high. Find your place, darling. A safe high. Darling, 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 darling.
All right, y'all. It's finally time. I hope y'all enjoyed some of those examples of white excellence from our lovely ladies. God bless you all. Happy Sabbath to all of my kindred people who chime in tonight. I have mentioned Sports Cucks many times in other streams, but it's usually so far into the stream that many folks never actually hear a proper message about the Sports Cucks. And there are many things. I don't just have one little problem with it. It's not me that has a problem with it. This is all logical. It's all common sense. And so, you know, my goal tonight in the beginning, early on in this stream, which is why I titled it after it, is to explain out why you have to shed your cuckery about sports if you are still watching Afro Ballers. There are going to be lots of good examples, but let me just start by the most obvious, which is that you're idolizing blacks, all right, for the most part. That's basically what's happening. And, you know, people come up with their various excuses for it, right? They say, well, I'm not really idolizing them. You know, I watched that team since I was a little kid, and back then it used to be, you know, white and this and that. And most often that's nonsense too, unless they're very old, unless it's a very old person saying that. For the most part, most people who are alive nowadays would listen to a stream like this are going to have a completely different way that they grew up, where they've had nothing but blacks in our sports since the time they were born, since long before they were born. And so in this situation where they've grown up, all they've ever known of the Seahawks, all they've ever known of the Bulls, all they've ever known of the whoever, it's been all blacks. And most often, they had a dad who was a sports cuck. So nowadays, fast forward to them being adults, they are now sports cucks. And they may tune into this. I hope they do. I hope they stick around to listen to some of the things and reasoning and logic behind why you should have nothing to do with watching Afro Ball. Again, it should be common sense, but since it isn't for many people, apparently, let me break it down one by one. The first one I mentioned a moment ago, you're worshiping blacks. Now, I hear white people say, oh, it's not worship of blacks, you know. They try to play down the worship of blacks by simply declaring that's not what it is, or that's not what they're doing. In fact, that is what you're doing. If you spend your time concerned with Jaquil Lamont's, the amount of yardage he's gotten this year, collected so far this season, or that he's ahead of someone else in three-pointers, if he had the most points per game the last 3 games in a row, all of these little useless facts about some random black here and some random black there involved in some team that a conservative likes. He will know every little detail about this hyena chaser that would be eating baboon brains for dinner if it wasn't for white people, but instead he's being glorified. He's being artificially made into like a, miniature god of some sort, and I don't mean that in like a literal supernatural sense, obviously. I mean like among all those idiots that worship that stuff. And so, because it's worship of blacks in general, that automatically makes it idolatry. And so since you're idolizing blacks, even if you don't want to say the word worshiping blacks or worship blacks, it's still idolatry. You're idolizing them. If you ran into one of them in the store as a sports cuck, you'd be like, oh my gosh, that's Camille Johnson. And so because you have this cuckery about blacks, you are not truly based. Just know that. It doesn't matter if you understand the war against white people. Doesn't matter if you've watched Europa, The Last Battle. Doesn't matter if you've watched The Greatest Story Never Told. Doesn't matter if you agree with every video Zoomer Historian has ever issued. The bottom line is you are not based. You are not based whatsoever. Period. Dot. You're a massive roadblock to white people's forward motion in this movement of awakening our people, in this movement of solidifying our people together. We need to form a lattice. We need to then crystallize. We need to then harden. And we need to become one powerful monolithic unit again. And instead, we have this massive roadblock, the sports cucks, honoring blacks, memorizing billions and billions of useless facts about them, paying attention to their daily sports happenings as each game comes along. They know in advance all these other useless facts about the game. This is only the 3rd time that the Packers have played them since, 1975. None of that crap matters. None of that crap matters. It doesn't matter who wins a game. It doesn't matter that a game was ever played. It doesn't matter that all those people came there and cheered for their favorite niggers. None of that matters, because at the end of the game, no children were rescued from a burning building from it. No homeless men were taken off the streets. Our white people, our homeless veterans weren't saved by any way, shape, or form. They weren't given a meal even from it. Nothing benefits white people by having Afro Ball and having it be this mega artificially bloated thing where it's got all this fake ultra importance, and they run the super power gladiator music in the background the whole time. They have the black come in the building and they say, oh, Kareem Smith just entered the building, y'all. And the camera gets down low to the floor to make the 6'4", or 6'6", whatever their average is. It's not mega tall. It's about what, your average tall, quote, tall person would be in public. They're not typically 7 foot all the time and stuff like that. It's usually like 6'4", 6'6", 6'8", maybe at the most, which is pretty tall then. But the bottom line is, it's just some nog, right? And he's just 6 foot something, right? Like all other ones that are in NBA. And they'll put the camera guy knows to hold the camera way down low at like his knee level. That way and he keeps a nice distance, but just enough where It looks like you're a little kid looking up at this big giant nog, you know? And so even as a grown-up, some grown white guy sitting there with his beer gut, watching the TV, smiling his butt off, feeling like a little kid as he looks up at number 31, you know, Jamil, whoever, walking into the building. And they artificially put all these people in the way to make big importance about it. Like, oh, clear the way. You know, Jamil's walking through. Some dung hunter's walking through. Dung hunter number 31 coming through, y'all. Clear the way. So it's pathetic. It's idiotic. It's cuckery. And so you cannot be a cuck and based simultaneously. There's no such thing as that. That's an oxymoron. You can't be a cucked-based white guy. Here's my goal. My goal for this channel is to uncuck white people. That's my goal for this channel. My goal for this channel is to completely shed all cuckery from white people that they are infected with. It's a mental illness. You know, Mark Dice used to call it a liberal pathogen, but that's not a proper term. That's too vague. It doesn't narrow down right to the thing. It's an actual mental illness. It's and he would say that too, but it's a mental illness that causes white people to generate somewhere in them this additional sympathy and additional empathy beyond what is natural and normal, even for their own children. And that's why I have who I have as the thumbnail for this video on the thumbnail for this video. That idiot who gave these black kids a bike for attacking his little white son. God bless that little boy. He must be terrified of his dad now, thinking his dad any day will just throw him in a wood chipper or take him boating and knock him off the boat and let him drown to death and pipe out with the boat. I mean, how could you live the rest of your youth under a man who just gave two black kids who beat you and made you bleed out your forehead, scared the poor kid to death, right? The kid was screaming bloody murder when he's the first time he's ever seen himself bleed like that from his face, probably, you know? And this kid screams. You see the footage. It's not like dad didn't see it, and when he finally saw his kid for the first time after it happened, that his kid was already sewn up and cleaned up, and there was nothing on his shirt, and there was nothing on his face or his head, and it was just a nice little sewn up, oh, I got a little cut right here on my forehead, Dad, and they got it all doctored up. No, there is footage of it, and you know that the dad probably saw the kid while his face was completely covered in blood, and all over the kid's hand and arm and all over his shirt. And you're going to look at your child being in that condition from being jumped by two blacks. And here's my whole point of using him as the thing. Everyone's been calling him a liberal, right? You see all these other conservative channels that mention him. They go, this is a problem with liberalism. This is a problem with... No. This was a Trump voting sports cuck. Guaranteed. Look at his beer gut. That isn't a liberal, all right? That's a Trump voting conservative sports cuck. That's what he is. And because of his cuckery of blacks in sports, he is trying to virtue signal to make blacks think he's cool, to put his name somewhere out there in the world, hoping, and I'm sure deep down inside, he's hoping that some random number 16 on the Knicks or whatever, random nog, somehow finds out about his good gesture and ends up offering him tickets to a game and meeting him backstage or hanging out in the locker room. I mean, the dude turned into a 5-year-old little kid all wowed by his idol, you know. And he probably tried to teach that his poor son to idolize them also. But the son probably, as a young white kid with higher IQ than his own father, he, as a young kid, and seeing how they act at school, that's the other thing, is he sees how they act at school around him and how they treat him at school around him. So why the hell would he care about grown-up ones chasing a ball on television? So the kid isn't probably interested in watching Afro ballers. And that probably disappoints the dad. So the dad is trying to, what he thinks is, win his kid over to giving a crap about blacks. Therefore, he maybe will end up caring about sports. The dad wants him to be knowledgeable about sports, be into sports, be able to talk sports with other sports cucks whenever they're in public. And he's embarrassed that his kid doesn't watch that stuff. So he is doing all of that garbage to try to convince his kid that his kid should give a crap about sports along with him. Has nothing to do with liberalism or being a leftist or even being a staged event and him being a Jew. That has everything to do with him being a Trump-voting, conservative sports cuck. That's what he is. And I guarantee you, if you just walked up on homeboy while he's gas pump, you pull up at the other side of the gas pump, start pumping gas, y'all hanging out, oh, nice day, blah, blah. Did you see the game last night? I'll bet you he'd be like, you bet. You bet I did. You bet I did, buddy. Cowboys cleaned house. Whatever his sport is, whatever his team of favorite nogs is, it won't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you watch blacks throw a football around. It doesn't matter if you watch blacks chase a basketball around. It doesn't matter if you watch Puerto Ricans play baseball. You need to shed that cuckery from your life forever. Let me give you example number 2. Reason number 2. Reason number 2 is you look like a cucked fool, an absolute idiot to all of the non-whites who see you as a white man giving a crap about how many RBIs some whoever did or how many three-pointers some nog had on whatever team in a certain time frame during a season or during a game or whatever. You look like a complete idiot to the other non-whites. The non-whites of the world, I didn't mean to almost say other non-whites. All the non-whites of the world would happily trade their whole family to be able to wake up tomorrow a white person from now on. That's what white people do not comprehend. White people think everybody is completely fine with what they were born. White people are completely fine with how they were born. They're grateful to be white. They like being white. And so they expect that all the other races like being their race also. That's not the case. So, reason number 2, you look like an absolute idiot if you're a sports cuck. Once you reveal that you're a sports cuck in any way, shape, or form in front of non-whites. An Asian looks at you and just rolls his eyes like, what a stupid motherfucker. If I were white, I would never, ever. And they don't anyway. Asians don't give 1.5 shits about anything any black is doing, ever. Guaranteed. That's including any mega ultra famous one, Michael Jordan or whoever the heck. They'd be like, Michael Ho? Ask any Asian if they saw the game last night. So, Asians aren't cucked about blacks at all. But the point is that I was getting at and I was trying to articulate is that non-whites would give anything to wake up tomorrow white and be white person from now on. And if that were possible for them, and it did happen, when they wake up tomorrow and they discover they are a white person, they would never have anything to do with any non-white ever again. They would probably move to like Iceland or Greenland or somewhere that's 100% white people, and they would never, ever, they would try to spend as much of the rest of their life as possible, as far away from all non-whites as possible. So just know that when you walk into the 7-Eleven to buy your smokes and you're wearing your favorite nigger's t-shirt or jersey, sports jersey, you look like an absolute idiot to every black who's there. You look like an absolute cucked idiot. Blacks, they might smile at you and go, oh, yeah, you like whoever. I don't even know their freaking names to give you an example, but, oh, you like Johnson, huh? You like Johnson. All right. And they might give you 5 or smile at you or give you dabs, and then, you think so cool of yourself. Yeah, I won one of the critters over, Like if you manage to call a deer over to you and feed it by hand, that's like how y'all act about any black out in the random public that decides to be nice to you about something you think you have in common with them, like sports. Turns out they're just laughing on the inside at you and pretending on the outside. That's their way of being polite to you for now, biding their time until their version of the great day comes where they are told by the Jays, hey, literally go out and just kill every white person you can, please. And so that's what's so interesting about Trump playing that video to the South African president. And we'll talk more about that later. But let's get on to reason number 3, sports cucks. Why you shouldn't be one, reason number 3. Reason number 3 is it teaches your little boys to idolize blacks. Just like you're idolizing blacks in front of your little boy, it will 95 or so, well, let's say a lower number, we'll say 80% of the time. 80% of the time, you're going to be able to influence your boy to, or multiple boys, to give a crap about what blacks are doing. And you're going to do this in several processes, but one of them will be you'll enter them in sports when they're little, right? You've got this vision. Oh, my boy's going to be a baseball star. Oh, my boy's going to be a basketball player. And then you enter him in that sport when he's really young. You get him all giving a crap about it because kids don't really care. You know, it's probably 50-50. 50% of the time, a kid does really want to become some sports player of some sport. And the other 50% of the time, it's just being pushed by their parents so that they have some activity to learn and do. And so really, it's the parents living vicariously through the kids. And you'll see this all the time if you ever go to any kids' sports event. You'll see the parents acting psychotic toward each other and screaming at the kids. And they literally they act like the kids are these little remote control pawns out on the field, and that, you know, they move by being screamed at different directions. Go left, run, jump, you know. And what happens is that's just step one, right? That gets them interested in it, whether they were really or not. And over time of doing it 2 seasons of their life, now instead of 5, they're 8 years old now, and now they're a little bigger and they're playing in the bigger league of the little kid leagues and higher division up or whatever. And next thing you know, they're starting to be introduced, you know, constantly, because that is the field of concern and care that they're into after school every day. They start caring about the grown-ups who do it. All right? And what the possibilities for that kid are when he grows up based on what the possibilities have been for the grown-ups that are doing it right now. And even grown-ups that used to be in the past. You know, back in the day, our kids grew up learning about Babe Ruth and, you know, whoever. I can't say any of their names because I've literally shed sports so hard from my life that I would have to just dig to find like a name in my memory. But, you know, they were, and it's arguable Babe Ruth might have been a J, but even if that was the case, but whatever, the bottom line is our heroes of history of our sports used to be all white men, and for the most part, and the sports were all white, but I just mean, like, you know, there was a random Jew in there sometimes somehow, but otherwise it was all whites all the time, and so that's what our heroes were. But now that we've had 35, 45 years, 55 years now of blacks taking up 70 to 85 to 95% of our ball teams, no matter which ball team you're talking about. It doesn't matter if you're talking about a college, it doesn't matter if you're talking about an NBA team, doesn't matter if you're talking about an NFL team. They are 70 to 95% blacks now. And this means that kids who have grown up and are now adults, like around my age or say maybe 10 years younger, they're heroes from their past and from the past before they were alive, right? The older heroes, they're all blacks. They're all blacks. All right, so, but rewinding all the way back to the point itself. When you teach your boy, okay, so I was trying to explain the process of how it gets started, right? That you start them in sports first, you get them caring about it, you make them stay in it for long enough till suddenly they care, or eventually they care about it too. And then next thing you know, they're asking you, hey, I want to do it in junior high. Hey, I want to do it in high school. And so once you get to that point, now all of a sudden he's playing with blacks all the time. There's just blacks around him everywhere, blacks, blacks, blacks. And now he's having to compete in two ways. He's going to have to compete in the sport itself, which he was already going to have to do. But that's all he was really supposed to have to ever do as a white man in a white country created by and for only white Christians. But instead, now he also has another competition he has to contend, another game he has to play every single time he plays the game, that any game he plays, right? So the other game he has to play is win over the acceptance of the blacks I play with and develop any sort of respect I can possibly muster from the enemy team's blacks. And so what this causes are a couple of different things. It causes a lot of our white kids to fail under pressure. And then they end, I mean, I know you've seen it in videos where you're just like, it's a face palm, you know, you're like, man, how could you be so uncoordinated? How could you like, whatever? How could you just drop down, fall like that, you know, wide open field and you just fall over, you know? And it's just because he's being chased by three blacks and he thinks he's going to get ran down and he's been cucked into believing that blacks are better at everything in his sport. And so he'll fail right there. He'll have a wide open field in front of himself and trip over his own feet. He only had 20 more yards to run, you know, but the blacks were coming up fast from behind in his mind. So he's like, oh my God. And he crashes under pressure. So that happens to a lot of our white children. Bless their hearts. They should never have to even deal with that. And they should be able to learn sports and be able to develop better and better naturally. But instead, they're having to deal with this extra artificial concern. Because remember, the blacks will like just jump on the back of their leg and injure them so bad that they're out of the sport for good. Like our white kids have to worry while they're playing with blacks, whether or not some black is going to just decide to, for his own pure amusement, that one random Thursday, to land on the kid's shin sideways, you know, and break his leg. Just for his own entertainment, just so him and his little nigglets can go home and laugh about it in the hood, what they did to the fat white boy at school today. And so, number 3 is, you know, now, and again, when you teach your kids, you're not just teaching them by putting them in sports and then keeping them there until they like it themselves and want to stay doing it. And then you force them to play with blacks in schools because you won't pull them out of the school that's full of blacks, which is child abuse, and move to another place where you don't have blacks in the school so that your kid can develop properly. By the way, when you don't pull your children immediately out of a school that's flooded with blacks and move your whole family to somewhere else where your children can attend an all-white school that acts like proper and upright, you are ruining your child's future. And I mean that wholeheartedly. You're ruining your child's future. Your child could have ended up being a really high-paid scientist of some sort, not scientism, fake scientist, but an actual scientist of some sort, truly working on real things, proper things, decent things, making killer money. He could end up being some amazing surgeon, you know, that saves thousands of lives in his lifetime and makes a gob of money doing so and is thanked and revered by everyone he worked on. What a legacy your son could leave behind as a grown man when he passes away at an old age. But instead, you force him to go to a school where he's surrounded by blacks on every side, messing with him whenever they want, giving him weird looks, messing with all the white girls. He wanted to talk to Katie, but Katie's been smiling and talking to 3 different blacks in every class he has with her. So you're forcing your children to go to open air jungle, an open air zoo, an open air prison. And it's child abuse. And teaching your child, either indirectly by being a sports cuck yourself in front of your child, or by also encouraging your kid by going, look, Mikey, that's Hakeem Jabral. Yeah. He's the top basketballer for the Lakers. One year he made the most free point throws of any nog ever in the history of NBA. That's someone you should admire. So that would be direct teaching your kid to idolize nogs or Afro ballers, right? So either way you do, reason number 3 is it will ruin your child. Okay, if your child ends up growing up with this delusion of artificial importance of blacks, they will pander to blacks, they will cuck to blacks, they will lose jobs to blacks and not even realize what's happening. It will lower their self-esteem over time as they are rejected from here and bounced from there and fired from here to replace him with, Tyrell. He will just accept it, put his head down and go, I guess I'm not good enough, or something perhaps. But instead, you could take your whole family, you could pack up and be like, not my freaking kids. You could pack up and move your family to an all-white area that they still exist. Do your research. It doesn't take much to figure out where places are still 96 to 98% white. You should pack them up and move there right away if you want your kids to amount to anything. Now, here's the thing is your kids still might amount to something. Your kid still might end up being a small business owner, owns a little car lot on Highway 15. Your kid might be a guy that starts his own whatever little thing. But the potential your children have is being greatly hindered. So if you take that hindrance away by putting them in an all-white world where they can develop properly, where you have lifted that whole other wheel in their brain that had to be spinning at all times, protect myself from blacks, try to win respect from blacks, blah, blah, blah. Pack your family up, you move them to an all-white world, you put them in school there. It can still be public school because, after all, the place is 90% white. And wouldn't you know, now your kid is surrounded by beautiful white girls. He only has his own white kind to be competing with for them. So now he actually has a shot in hell in his life of having a girlfriend in high school or middle school, where he may have had much greater difficulty, if even possible at all, depending on how much like hyenas they're acting in his particular school, if he was still forced to go to the multiculti hellhole that you might be currently forcing him to go to now. All of a sudden, this kid is going to Beverly Hills 90210 in his mind. And his confidence, his concern, this load of relief will come over him. And he will be like, thank God I don't have to deal with some Tyrone sliding his desk over like a clown in front of everyone, knowing he won't get in any trouble. And then in front of the whole class, like, babe, will you go to prom with me? Instead, now this kid can act like a normal white kid's allowed to act toward one of our white girls and take his time and get to know her and befriend her and ask her to the prom, stuff like that. And so by teaching your kid to worship blacks, reason number 3, you're causing them to step aside so the blacks can win over them. so the blacks can get the girls, so the blacks can be told their job or their thing was better. They were better at the job than the white kid was. And he'll just put his head down and go, yeah, I guess you're right, you know. After all, blacks are better, you know. Reason number 4. It teaches your women to cheat on you with blacks. How stupid is that? All these conservative white guys that have found out that their wife banged some fucking black dude. They're so bent out of shape. They're how could you do this? You sick freaking blah, blah, and all this. You know, and a lot of times because of the being sports cucks, their cuckery won't allow them to flip out about the fact that she race mixed, right? They'll just be like, how could you cheat on me? Acting like she just cheated on you with like Randy or Chad, you know? No, she cheated on you with freaking Tyrone, right? And he won't mention that sometimes being a sports cuck because, again, that's the idolatry and the sports cuckery will prevent them from calling that part out. So they'll just have to avoid that the whole time. You know what I mean? And not only will they have to avoid that the whole time, over time they'll start feeling pressured to back off about the deal, you know? But all the while they're like, how could my woman do this to me? How could she do such a thing? Blah, blah, blah. You created that by staring at the TV for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours in front of your woman while she sat there looking at you like, why do you give a shit what they're doing so much? By jumping up and down and screaming and cheering when freaking your favorite nigger runs the ball all the way to the end of the other end of the field. And you jump up and down and you call your buddy or you high five all the ones that are sitting in your man cave with you. And you all get a fresh beer. Or you got to go to the bar every time. Your woman's sitting at home. She don't want to go to the freaking bar. You're like, well, honey, you know, I'm going to go up there and watch it with the guys, you know. So hours and hours and hours and hours of this woman's life, she sits around the house bored while you're at the bar with the buddies worshiping Nogs. And she knows that's what you're doing there. So what does she do? She tells herself, well, if he worships Nogs, if he thinks they're so amazing, if he cares so much about them, if he spends so many of his hours with them, staring at them, caring about them, memorizing their names, memorizing this and that they've done, he doesn't even remember that I got him his favorite thing on his birthday 2 years ago. But he knows everything this worthless black has ever done that plays for his favorite team. I'll show him. I'll get me a fucking nigger. I'll start banging one on the side when he goes to worship him and watch them. I'll just call Tyrone over from work. Tyrone's been hitting on me every day at work for 2 years. I'll just have him come over next time my hubby goes to the bar. I know every time he goes, he's going to be gone 4.5 hours, 5.5 hours. He's going to go there and get wasted before the game starts and then drink more during the game and then close the bar and come home, crawl in bed at 3-something in the morning. Shoot, by then Tyrone could be here, done, left. I can clean up and go to bed and be in bed before he gets home. So next thing you know, there's a Hellcat in front or around the corner from the house every time you go watch sports at the bar. You know? So that's reason number 4. It cucks your women into sleeping with blacks. Now, keep in mind, that's just one reason I gave you that sucks about cucking our women into sleeping with blacks. But the others are, it creates mongrels. It ruins every single one of our white girls our white women who ever sleep with a black. You got to understand, they don't get to just wash it off like they take a bar of soap and use the whole bar of soap only on their cooter, right? The whole thing, brand new one, Dial soap bar or whatever, Dove soap bar. They peel the wrapper, they rub the entire thing on their cooter nonstop for 20 hours. Right, with the water blasting on it the whole time, melting it more and more down as they just rub and rub and rub and rub and rub and rub. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, our women are defiled. Our Holy Bible says our women are defiled if they ever lie with a non-white. Period. Dot. So, if you allow such cuckery from your own actions, if you allow such cuckery to happen, you are causing your own wife to pull a damnable offense, an unredeemable, an irredeemable offense. Race mixing is an abominable act. And an abominable act can produce, when speaking about upright bipeds, an abomination. So when you read the word abominations and abomination in the Holy Bible, many, many, many of the times that you read the word abominations, you are reading about mongrels. That's what abominations means. Mongrels, fugly mongrel babies that God did not create. And so, not only do you cause them to create mongrel babies and be doomed by God, but you also cause them to get massive diseases. Monkeypox, AIDS. Remember the story of AIDS? The Jews told you that it was from a person sleeping with a monkey. They didn't bother to tell you that that person was a white girl and that the monkey was Tyrone. Isn't that an important fact that they shouldn't have omitted? But they did. That was part of the duping delight, where they told you part of the truth. They just didn't explain it all the way out. That's how AIDS got started, from white girls sleeping with blacks. It became a fad at the exact time AIDS began. Magic Johnson banged all kinds of white girls. AIDS, most famous one. Surprised I even remember that, but it's only because of the whole AIDS thing, and I've used that as, argument points before. So, and the thing is, you could say, oh, well, then why don't every single one of them do? Well, they do. They get some kind of disease. And so it doesn't matter if they get AIDS or they get monkeypox or they get syphilis or they get gonorrhea or whatever they get. They will get something automatically. And then the other thing is, our God said no. So that's the bottom line. So it wouldn't matter if we had any reasons why to confirm God saying no. We don't need any reasons why. Diseases, mongrels, none of that. God said no. God said no. It wouldn't matter if it was beneficial for us. God said no. So that alone makes it the number one answer. God said no. The answer is no. But because God said no, and we have all these other reasons why, like the diseases, the mongrels, things like that, you have a tripling down, a quadrupling down, if I thought about the other reason, that explains why our women should never sleep with blacks, and you should not encourage them to do so by your cuckery of blacks in front of them. Reason number 5. It artificially keeps the blacks bolstered with billions and billions of more dollars every year from our white people. Yes, Jews own the ball teams themselves, but white cucks are the ones who buy their son the basketball jersey of his favorite nigger, buys his own jersey of his favorite nog, spends more on sporting gear for his kids so that he can live vicariously through his kid playing sports. Buys more Nike hats, buys more Nike shoes. White dude, sports cucks, they're totally cucked about Nikes most of the time. And that's because Nogs have kind of taken on an agreement with Nike. They like Nike the most because they're Jordans, and then they just said, fuck it, we're all just going to swoop onto the Nike thing. And so now all the sports cucks, you can tell when anywhere you go, when you see the boomer belly, even though boomers don't exist anymore, all these people that call boomers, they're totally misapplying that name because all the boomers are dead. All the boomers are dead, y'all. But But the ones they call boomers nowadays, look for the beer gut, look for the Nike shoes, right? And you'll know that's a sports cuck. So back to the reason, though. If you read the Calorie Plan, part of the Jewish Calorie Plan states in clear words that they will artificially elevate the Negro in all facets of white society. And by doing so, this will cause our white women to desire to mate with blacks. That is exactly on the money what sports has done to our women through the cuckery of our men. That's exactly on the money, the Calorie Plan. And to expound further into it, let's get on into the part, right? So we're talking billions and billions of dollars. One stupid, worthless nog gets a $50 million contract now to be a center for the freaking Celtics. You know, we're just talking one nigger of the whole crew of them. That means each one of them, 50 million, 28 million, 36 million. Then, on top of all that, the Jews put them all over the commercials. You know, they put them in commercials. They run sports ad after sports ad to have more excuse to show them. And they run the gladiator music and have all the looking up at them shot angles and to make them look so tall and huge and badass and compared to you, the viewer. And so you add it all up. They have this machine to keep white people worshiping blacks perfectly. It's a perfect running machine. They have these massive stadiums where they'll fill it up with white people cheering for the blacks. And, you know, it wasn't all built and designed that way. Originally, it was these big stadiums were all white people watching white people play. But it just so happens that once subversion takes place, that is the scenario now, that we have these huge places for 30,000 white people to get together and scream and cheer for their favorite nogs on the ball field. So the money is so huge, you cannot even imagine it. You can't wrap your mind around it. We're talking more than trillions of dollars, or more than $1 trillion. We're talking, remember, we're talking one nog gets $50 million, $100 million, $12 million, $30 million, $40 million, $25 million, $20 million, $110 million, $6 million. You add that, I haven't even named enough. I didn't, in that list right there, random amounts of money. I didn't even cover all of one ball team. Now add up all the ball teams. Now add up across the country, or not across the country, across the world. Now switch to another sport and do the same thing all over again. Then when you're done doing that, switch to another sport and do it all over again. So we're talking over $1 trillion being basically snatched out of our hands, but the sports cucks have their hands open and they're smiling and going, "Oh, thank you, sir, for taking my money. Please take my money." Next reason, it bolsters the Jays. All right, you say you're a based white guy. You know about the Jews. You know that they're the ones that are destroying our countries. Well, your sports cuckery keeps the Jews exactly on track with their Calorie Plan. Exactly perfectly on track. steamrolling along full speed. Every white guy that pays his ticket at the ticket office to walk into the stadium to cheer for his favorite Nogs, the synagogues roar with glee. You ever see a gang of freaking Jews in the stands at a ball game watching in their little Jewish get-up, watching blacks chase a ball around? Do you ever see that? Do you ever see that, Cucks? No. Why is that? Because they would never waste 2 hours of their life watching blacks chase a ball around, no matter what freaking artificial name is given to each team. No matter what sport it is. You ever seen Jews try to get blacks into Jewish things, Jewish activities? Oh, you guys should learn to dreidel. I'm just kidding. I don't really know what they do with those. But bottom line is, you're helping the Jays along. All right. Now I'm up to I got to be at reason 6 by now. 7 maybe. We're going to keep going. And the final boss reason, it makes you weak. It makes you submissive. It makes you passive. But really, in stages, it makes you passive. Then you end up and develop into being submissive. And they know this, you know. So when they see you all cheering on your favorite Nog by wearing his jersey or giving a crap about sports and talking sports in front of blacks at the store or at the coffee shop, you just look like a cucked idiot, a mentally weak idiot. That black sitting there you're trying to impress is thinking in his mind, what a dumbass white person. If I was white, I wouldn't give 2 shits what any non-whites are doing. I don't give a damn who they is or what they up to. And here you are rambling on. Yeah, Jamal fucking Johnson. Should have saw him last night, man. He was on fire. It makes them say stupid shit to other white guys. Like that one said to me when I was working with him a while back. This random guy I was working with for a week ends up working kind of side by side where I was working. And he just makes this joke out of nowhere. He trips over something, right? He didn't jump. He just stepped over a box that was in his way and didn't lift his foot high enough. So he stumbled forward and had to catch himself, you know, and he did so right in front of me. And to break the ice about it, he looks at me and goes, white men can't jump, you know? I mean, that's the kind of stupidity. Granted, thankfully, there wasn't, you know, any blacks there for him to, you know, be cucking to about it. Actually, there was. But I don't know if they heard it or not. And I'm sure he probably hoped they did. But he was really saying it to me. And little did he know, I'm the worst person in the world to say something like that to. So I just made kind of a snide comment back. I wish I had said, that's a myth like all the other ones about him. That's what I really wish I would have said. But my wit was not on point that day. And so I said, at least we can math. Or I said, yeah, but we can't math. And this dude looked at me. His jaw dropped on the floor like I had just said the most baddie guy thing ever. And after that, he didn't say a word to me. He just started working beside me and didn't say anything else. No more jokes to be told or said to me. No more small talk. That dude didn't say a word to me the rest of the time. As if I had mouthed off at him. You know what I mean? But when I said it with a smile. So, you know, it's not like I said it. It's not like I turned and gave him a dirty look and mean mugged him as I said it. You know what I mean? With a stern voice. No, I said it with a smile and joking around like a joke back to him. And still he didn't take it that way. He took it like you would expect any typical leftist or conservative to take what they think is you insulting blacks. So, and there are other reasons too. There are other sidecar reasons I could throw in. Let's talk corporations for a moment. It keeps corporations bolstered who are being anti-white, who have gotten away completely with doing all of these anti-white campaigns where they diversity hire only, where they hire some worthless boon, so usually a female, to be the diversity chief or the diversity whoever for their company, the liaison. And when you talk about, you hear the conservatives, they're like, oh, they want to replace us with cheap labor. No, they don't. They'll pay that diversity hire worthless twat $700,000. You think I'm making that up? There is a worthless boon who works for, I don't know, whoever it is, DuPont or Pfizer or one of these stupid companies that pays her $700,000 a year to only hire non-whites. Wrap your mind around that every corporation, Nike, maybe not Nike, they're Japanese, but all these mega companies, every Walmart and the banks or the anything that's household name that you know of, major food companies, major product makers of electronics, major auto manufacturers, all the auto manufacturers each have their own diversity, whatever they call them. A lot of times they like to call them a chief for some reason. I don't know if it's they like the tribal name or what the deal is, but I figure that's more appropriate anyway for a third worlder to be called a chief than anything else. So, but you're not, the conservatives, when they always talk about that they're being replaced for cheap labor, you're not being replaced by cheap labor. They will happily pay Jorge or Tyrone or whoever more money than you might have spent 20 years working at that company and worked your way up from, say, 18 or 25 an hour up to what you make now. They will hire a non-white for the same money that you had to work 20 years there and work your way up to be making. They'll hire them with that as their starting pay. So they'll start paying them way more than they ever started paying you. And they'll do so with them having zero experience in whatever field that they end up being hired into. They will do so with them not being able to read or write above, a fourth grade level. They will do so for Jorge, who can't read or write or speak a word of English. So you're keeping these corporations bolstered, by watching sports. You're keeping the view ratings up. You're keeping the view clicks on YouTube when you watch the highlight reel. You probably give it a like if you're a sports cuck. So you're bolstering whoever is posting those highlight reels of their favorite Nogs moments in the game last night. And because you're helping that along, it keeps their perfectly oiled machine running on schedule. You're helping push the train. You're like, oh, yeah, as it comes by, you're like, give it a push with it, help it along, And the Jews were like, "Oh, thanks. Don't have to burn we don't have to burn as much fuel, passing on through this area. Thanks for your help, buddy." I mean, you're just keeping the machine against us perfectly oiled, perfectly running, perfectly on schedule, at speed. It also takes time, and these are other small ones. That's what I was saying. These are all sidecar ones here, but and this one actually is important, and I touched on it sort of a little bit ago. Is it takes time away from your woman. All right, if you have a woman, you have a wife, if you have kids, you have a proper family, whatever. Most sports cucks do, by the way. You're taking time away from your wife, and you might say that's a good thing. Well, in that case, you should have got a better wife, because good women, every good woman I ever was with back and through the day, I enjoyed being with them as often as I could have them with me. I would even bring my women with me to work if I could, which wasn't very often, but whenever I could, I would. Anywhere I went when I was off work, my woman came with me. And if my woman really didn't want to go and put her foot down about it, then 99% of the time I wouldn't go either. And, guys are still with their woman now. They say, oh, well, it's easy for you to say because you're single now, but if you were still with your woman, you wouldn't think that way. Not true. That's literally how I behaved the whole time with all of my women. I wouldn't be with a woman unless she was awesome, unless I wanted her with me all the time. So by being a sports cuck, every hour that you devote to watching, Afro ballers chase a ball around, you're taking time away from your woman. And don't think that she's not data logging that. All right? Women care about that way more than you care about it as a guy. And they will memorize all the hours, every single hour, everyone that you long forgot about, she has stored in her memory. And women have this other part of their soul where they can stew lots and lots and lots of examples of what they didn't like that you have been doing. They can gather those. They collect them through their memory. They don't forget them like the guy does. The guy was at the bar. You were at the bar all night, drinking beer, came home trashed, whatever. And so you don't remember a week later, a month later, a year later, 2.5 years later, 20 years later, but your woman does. You've heard the term never forget. The Jays use it all the time on us, right? Well, your women never forget. Every time you waste an hour away from them to watch your favorite Nogs, they remember. They remember every single hour, every single one. Other things it causes. It causes white men to get in fights. All right, they will end up in parking lots after games, and sometimes during games, but most often, it's when everybody's going to their cars. One group is celebrating. They're on cloud nine. They're on top of the world. The other half of the crowd leaving the stadium are pissed off, upset, and it leads to white men getting in fights in the parking lot. And and keep in mind, most sports cucks are actually, middle class, blue collar. They can't lose their job. They can't be getting injured, because they actually have to do a physical job. So they have to be physically apt to be able to do it. And what will happen is they'll get in a fight in the parking lot about these worthless Nogs they just got done watching chase a ball around for several hours. And they will get injured or they will get arrested. And either way, they've now put their job in jeopardy, which immediately puts their income in jeopardy, which immediately puts their own family in jeopardy. So, moving on. Another one it does, separate from taking time from your wife. Every hour that you waste doing that is an hour wasted away from your wife. And now, of course, any of the times where you're like, oh, my wife sits and watches with me, well, then you're a super idiot then. But I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the examples of hours where you go somewhere else to watch the game without the wife, or whatever. You could be with the wife, but you're watching the game without her instead. Either in the other room. Maybe you're in your man cave, but she don't want to watch the game, so she goes and sits in the living room. You know, she's in there bored, wishing that you would just turn that stupid game off and come inside and give her attention of some sort. And there are other things. I mean, we could continue on further with other things, but we'll get on to this next one, and then maybe I'll be done with that, and I can move on to other topics I want to cover tonight. But the next one is, like taking time away from your wife, it actually is wasting your own life away. Remember back in the day, you probably heard the term Time Waster 3000. It was a concept from what I believe was just a pointless game back in the day. But all games are pointless, right? So it doesn't matter if you become, the best football player or the best basketball player or the whatever. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. It only matters among sports cucks. Nobody else will even know who you are. Nobody, and it wouldn't matter if they did know who you are, but they probably won't even know who you are. And it wouldn't matter if they did, because you didn't do anything that made you be called great in heaven. It doesn't matter if you're called great on earth by sports cucks. All that matters is that you're called great in heaven. And so you're never going to be called that while you spend your time watching Afro ballers chase a ball around. But the main point here is that you're only given in this mortal trial of your own personal prove to God that you are worthy of the election he gave you. Remember, you didn't earn being a white person. You didn't live before this and compete in heaven or do a really good job at something in heaven and earned the right to be born white when you were finally born for your mortal trial here. No, you did nothing to become white. That's why white pride is kind of a wrong thing for us to be saying. God warns us not to be proud, that pride is a sin, that being proud is a sin. And I've heard the argument that, oh, dude, it's a different kind of pride, it's a different kind of proud. It doesn't mean that kind of pride, it doesn't mean that kind of proud. Yes, it does. And so pride, the word, we shouldn't ignore what God says when he says a word. All right, we shouldn't go, yeah, but he doesn't really mean it that way about that word like we mean it about that word. No, we should just use other words. So we need to be grateful that we are white. We need to be thankful that we are white. Not proud that we're white, thankful that we're white, grateful that we're white. And you only are given X amount of hours of mortal life as an adult where you have the opportunity to be called great in heaven before your mortal trial is over. However many thousands of hours that is, it's not as many as you think. And in fact, it would shock you if you realized just what the number is. I could do the math real quick on my phone or something, but I'm not going to labor myself to do so. The bottom line is, we're not given trillions and trillions and endless forever hours of life. We're only given X amount of hours of life as an adult where we have the ability to make a conscious effort to win over the satisfaction of our Creator, to prove to our Creator that we function as intended. He invented us. We are his inventions. If we do not serve the function, if we do not function as our Creator intended for us to, he owes us no allegiance. He owes us no apology. He owes us no sympathy. He owes us no empathy. He owes us no patience. He owes us no mercy. Whatever he does to us is completely okay. It's not wrong. It's not immoral. He could set you on fire. He could throw you in the garbage can. He could disassemble you and create something else with you. He could put you on a shelf and act like you never existed and never help you, never care about you, whatever. Anything he does to you is never wrong because he created you. So your job as a creation is to function as your creator intended for you to function, or intends current time. And so that is your job. Your job is to function as intended, as your creator intends for you to function. You don't get to just create your own idea of what you think you ought to function like and then convince the Lord that he ought to accept your idea of what you should be up to. No, no, no. It doesn't work that way. Instead, it's 100% God's say, and it's 0.0% our say. And so, when you waste however many hours of your adult life watching Afro Ball, watching hyena chasers run around and tackle each other, you are wasting away time that you could have been reading the Bible, that you could have been studying our enemy's behavior that they do against us. Teaching your children to never relax around blacks, have the talk with them, right? You could be spending time taking your family to do something more meaningful. You could have taken them out to dinner, somewhere good to eat, instead of spending all night watching a stupid game, which would have given them a much better memory for their lives than if you had. And you think to yourself, yeah, right, I take them to Chili's, we eat, we come home, whoop-de-freaking-do. I lost the game for that? Yes, sports cuck. Because to you, it's just a random Thursday night at Chili's. But to your kids, it's, Dad took us out to eat last night, you know? And we went to Chili's, and I got to eat my favorite whatever thing there that they make, you know? And as your kid grows up, he remembers those times where Dad took us to eat at our favorite place or whatever, you know, or at some random place. And so that's just one example out of all the different examples I could conjure up for what you could be doing instead. But the main one is, of course, to be trying to be called great in heaven by way of uncucking our white people online best you can, by participating in the YouTube comment section, by participating in chats on YouTube live streams where you uncuck conservative normies. And leftists typically aren't uncuckable, so, you know, of course we don't waste time on those threads very often or on those streams very often, but on the conservative normie streams, you know, that's where we can awaken our people, because they only, even though it's only a small percentage of like-mindedness that they have with us, there is still some small percentage of like-mindedness among white men, whereas we have practically no like-mindedness with all the non-white races of the world. So we have a chance of uncucking the conservative normies, you know, whereas the left, it's practically just a lost cause. There's no point in wasting any of your time trying to do that. So that's just another example of what you could be doing instead of wasting your time watching Nogs. Another thing that it does, I'll give you another reason here. Reason number, gosh, I'm probably up to 13 by now, or 12 or something. And I'm sorry I'm making up numbers now. I lost count, so I'm just guesstimating. I'm probably a little high. Maybe I'm on reason number 10 right now or something. But the next reason, by being a sports cuck, idolizing blacks, whether you do it in front of women or children or not, you also end up being cucked to watch them in movies. You end up having your favorite nog actor, and you think he did a great job pretending to be a so-and-so in whatever movie. Or juvie, as I like to call them. And this is the next phase of the cuckery, because if you're cucked to them about sports, your mind is now opened up where your brains can fall out. So now this open-mindedness allows you to go, well, and tell yourself, well, I'm not the scary R word, so, blacks are good actors too. And I liked Denzel Washington in whatever movie, and blah, blah, blah. And Samuel L. Jackson, he's one of my favorite actors. I loved him in Pulp Fiction and whatever stupid shit they'll tell themselves. Next thing you know, as a conservative sports cuck, you are now cheering on Nogs in movies. And so now you got your woman, you want to watch a movie. She's like, oh, well, what movie is it? Oh, it's this movie with so-and-so nigger in it. Oh, man, he was really great in this other thing, so he'll be good in this, surely, This should be a killer flick, What an idiot. And now you're going to make your woman watch some mediocre movie. Who cares if it's real or really good or not, as you would classify it in your mind? Bottom line is you're making your wife waste time watching a nog pretend for millions of dollars. He's just pretending, and he got paid millions of dollars to do it, and your dumbass is sitting there watching it and making your woman watch it with you. And that's not to say that your woman wouldn't be also thrilled to watch it instead of being like, oh, man, I got to watch this dumbass movie because of my cucked freaking hubby. No, she might be just as cucked as you are because a lot of women follow their man's lead. So if she's a good woman, she's probably been cucked into following along with your cuckery. And so she'll be just as excited to watch the nog in the movie as you will. And then, of course, that will stagger to the next phase of cuckery where you're like, yeah, who cares if we have a black mayor? I mean, we have black sports athletes. We have awesome black actors do really decent job pretending in movies. Yeah, I'm sure a nog will be just fine being mayor, of our town. Whatever, Which leads to the next phase of, yeah, whatever. I mean, a nog as our FBI lead or as our pope of the Catholic Church or as our, VP or even president, Think how many sports cucks voted for Obama. You ever thought about that? We're going to stop right there for a moment. Let's all just swish that one around in our mouths for a minute. How many sports cucks voted for Obama? The same sports cucks that nowadays blame everything on Obama. They don't blame it on the Jews, even though the Jews openly brag about it in all their news articles and online articles. Nope. It's easily available to read on all the Jewish websites, but instead, guess who they blame, So it ends up being the cuckery at its full stage is that at this point is that it allows whites it dupes whites, conservative sports cuck whites into being totally cool with blacks ruling over. Remember, a position of office in our government, whether it's a mayor or a congressperson or whatever, that person that non-white is ruling over millions of white people, because not only are they over all of the whites that are in their district that they represent, but they also are helping vote for anti-white laws that are being passed nationally in that same government. And they also are given powers where they can defy federal law in many instances and state law in many other instances whenever they have a psycho pro-black agenda that they want to accomplish. And keep in mind, non-whites wipe their ass with our Constitution. These same cucks who voted for Obama are the same sports cucks who now blame everything on Obama. Right? And Biden. They've finally got to say Biden now. So they're like, oh, cool. Whew, I can quit having to blame a black guy because they don't like having to blame a black guy. God forbid they have to do that. That could mean that they're the scary R word. So now, thankfully, they've all been able to transition to Biden, so they blame Biden now. But all those sports cucks during Biden were blaming, or maybe not during Biden, they were blaming Biden too during that time. But During Obama, they were blaming Obama at the last 4 years. And then during Trump's first term, they were blaming Obama. All through Trump's first term, Obama's fault. Obama did this. If Obama had a son, Obama. But those sports cucks voted for Obama. And fast forward 20 years now later, however many it's been later, 15 years later, and they'll laugh at liberals saying, oh, you voted for this, when some liberal gets attacked by blacks, whatever. But they weren't telling themselves, I voted for this, when they were disagreeing with all the stuff Obama was doing after they had voted for him. No, instead they just pretended to themselves that they never made that mistake. And you got to understand that when blacks are in our government ruling over millions of our white people, that is anti-biblical. It angers God to the nth degree. And it's called the beast system. The beast system, Christ called it that because he knew that non-whites would not be capable of and would have no interest in maintaining white man's proper government. That instead they would just run it how they want to run it, favoring only the beasts, catering only to the beasts, and persecuting whites with our laws. So our laws eventually will only apply to white people. And our laws will not apply to non-whites, especially blacks. So, sports cuckery is a stepping stone. And it isn't just a stepping stone, it's a hoverboard that zooms you right along all the way to cheering on non-whites in our government. Think about the same sports cucks cheered for Vivek, and then they turned on him a few weeks later. But for weeks and weeks during the election, you'd see Trump Vivek 2024, and when it looked like they didn't know if Trump was going to run yet, they were putting Vivek 24, stuff like that. Cheering on, when he was running against Trump and everybody else. Some of them were cheering for Vivek. There were other sports cucks cheering for the Asian dude, whatever little fella that was, the little Asian guy. I can't say his name, but a lot of them were cheering for him. A lot of them cheered for the blacks that were running for offices, like whoever, Byron Donalds or whoever, I don't even want to waste time trying to think of names, but there were plenty of sports cucks cheering for blacks and this is after they already had buyer's remorse from Obama. Now they're right back into their cuckery of cheering on blacks again to be in our government for some other position. You know what I mean? Oh, Ben Carson's a great example. Good Lord, there's no better example than Ben Carson, the fake brain surgeon, who's never, ever worked on any living child's brain in his entire life, and who has 0.00 patients walking around today as grown adults who survived, all thanks to Ben Carson operating on their brain when they were a child. There is no such thing as that. There are 0.00 Ben Carson brain surgeon operation patients. No such thing as that. So, Ben Carson is like probably the best, most shining example of the sports cuckery, or the results of sports cuckery, I should say, that was emitted from, was oozed, was exuded from the sports cucks. They cheered for that stupid, worthless hyena chasing freaking fake-ass brain surgeon like he was, the biggest hero in the world. As big of a deal as Trump, in fact, at the time. Next one I didn't get to, and really this was a final boss one. And I should have included the teaching your boy as a final boss one too. But what's messed up is they're all final boss level ones. Every single example is truly a final boss one level example, because every one of the examples is horrible, and every one of the examples leads to all the other examples being the case when it comes to your cuckery as a sports cuck, if you're listening. And so, really, one is not even more important than the other. But this is an ultra mega one, which is it teaches your daughters to worship blacks. Thank God I didn't skip this one. This is like the most important one. When you watch sports in front of your daughters, when you put your daughters in cheerleading, you're teaching them to twerk and booty dance. That is what they learn in cheerleading. Yeah, they learn how to do flips and cartwheels and build pyramids and stick their foot up in the air and show their middle parts in their panties under the little miniskirt. And by the way, every time they do that at the competitions, the sound for that, whenever they show their cooter, is ding. It's a bell dinging. Every time. I challenge you, when you finish the stream, double check me. All right? I used to have to attend those events for work reasons. And they, every single time, watch videos of it. In the competitions now, I'm not talking about on the side of a football field. I'm talking about where they all get together at these organizations and they have a competition, cheerleading team versus cheerleading team versus cheerleading team versus cheerleading team. And dance does the same thing. They have the same competitions. A lot of the dance companies will have their girls learn cheerleading routines and wear cheerleading outfits, even though they're not cheerleaders for a real Afro ball team. And they'll just make up a name and put it on their cheerleading outfit, and they will go and compete at these cheerleading events also as just a made-up cheerleading team. And what they do is, they end up one of the big bonus or big top-level moves in cheerleading is when they stick their foot up in the air and show their cooter to the crowd. That, every time, the sound effect for it, no matter what team is doing their thing, it's a uniform thing where they have certain sound effects for certain moves. So whenever they flip a girl or twirl her around wherever, they have this swooshing sound like whoosh. But whenever they stick their foot up in the air and show their coochie to the world, it's ding right when their foot reaches their hand at the top. And check me on that and see that I'm right when you go watch a video of any cheerleading competition at the actual cheerleading competition events. Watch any routine, doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter what team it is of cheerleaders. That will be the sound effect every time the girls at the top of the pyramid show their junk. And what it does, though, is not only does it teach the girls to booty dance, because all the cheerleading teams and all that are totally cucked about rap music. Okay, so your daughter's going to be listening to rap music all the time thanks to her cucked white lady instructor and coach, whatever they call him. And next thing you know, she wants to be a cheerleader in college and in high school and all this. Well, wouldn't you know, they need a guy to lift them up. They used to have Chad, they used to have Wesley, and sometimes they'll still have them, But now there's a Tyrone that wants to be a male cheerleader, just inexplicably for no reason. This 6'3" high school kid, black kid, wants to be a cheerleader, oddly enough. And the black community and how you have to be alpha male all times. Got to be hard, got to be, tough ass alpha male dude and all this stuff. Or you're, a target, you're a mark, you're a weak nothing. But yet, this nog, for whatever reason, wants to be a male cheerleader. Can't imagine why. Could it be because he gets to hold little white girls by their cute little butts, have his hand all over their twat, got his thumb in her junk as he's holding her up in the air. He gets to catch her 20 times a day to practice flipping her. He gets to hold hands with her when they have to prepare to do some weird stunt and they have to practice it over and over again, and they got to start off by holding hands to be able to, pick her up onto his knee and up over onto his shoulders. So he's getting to hold white girls' hands. He's getting to grab white girls' cooters and butts all day. And it's completely fine and normal. It's completely fine and normal because after all, that's cheerleading, y'all. That's cheerleading. They need a guy to hold them up. A girl can't do it. So got to have some guys to do it. Hold them up by their cooters. Hold them up literally by their cooter. So, it ends up causing you to cheer your daughter on into being a cheerleader or being in dance, listening to rap music, and then that's it. Your daughter's going to be a wigger, or not. Even if she's not a wigger, she's going to be a cucked white girl, and that will cause her to eventually allow a black to defile her. And remember, when that ever happens to your daughter one time, cuck-servatives, your daughter will not be going to heaven. Your daughter will be doomed. Whether she's doomed in her mortal life or not, she will be doomed from eternal life. That is what every Holy Bible says, every version. Don't be mad at me for telling you. That's what it says. I didn't write the Bible. I just obey it. So then what do? You have to that shit. You have to eliminate it from your life cold turkey. It's not like drinking. You're not going to go through withdrawals. You're not going to have shakes. You're not going to get headaches. You're not going to be breaking out in sweats or cold and hot flashes. You simply stop it. Stop it. You take all those freaking niggers' jerseys you have in your closet and you take them and throw them in your garbage can. You don't give them away to homeless bum. None of that. Then you got a homeless bum wearing freaking Nog's shirt. No. You throw them in the garbage can. If you have a burn barrel, you take them out to the burn barrel and you burn them. And then you get on your hands and knees and you beg God's forgiveness for your stupidity, for your cuckery, for your idolatry, for all the hours you wasted of your mortal trial dedicated to that instead of trying to be called great in heaven, or trying to teach your family something, or trying to entertain your family or your wife. You ask repentance. Tell him you're sorry. Ask for forgiveness for accidentally teaching your woman and children and your daughter to idolize blacks, to think to perhaps want to be with one, if it's your daughter we're talking about. And then you need to never, ever watch any black doing anything on a TV ever again. Why do you think we call it Talmud vision? Don't you already see enough everywhere you go? Don't you already see them surrounding you on all sides everywhere you go? Don't you already see them in every freaking advertisement you see on every wall of every building, on every billboard? Don't you already see them in every commercial on YouTube before every video you ever want to watch? And that still isn't enough for you? You got to spend hours watching them chase a ball around? Going to spend another couple hours watching one of them pretend to be some whatever in a movie? And it'll definitely be a hero, because that's how they set it up these days. It's time to repent of your cockery. It's time to shed that garbage, repent of it, beg God's forgiveness from it, or for it, however you want to say it. The cuckery has to come to an end. Bottom line. Otherwise, you end up being a sorry, worthless piece of shit dad, as this poor white boy who got his head busted open, got jumped by two niggers who punched him repeatedly while he was on the ground, who also snuck up from behind and sucker punched him from behind. Both of them did that. And then this dude gives them a bike. I'll tell you this now. If that kid, when he grows up, does a full mag dump on his dad, I ain't going to be mad at him. And I will understand why it happened. You know, lately we've been hearing about those Menendez brothers, whatever their last name is. I think that's it. Killed their parents because they raped them and all this stuff. That could all be bullshit, by the way. That could all be bullshit. They could have just said that shit just to fucking get away with freaking killing them. And obviously it was bullshit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in prison all these years. And now we have leftism, the Jews, ready to release them, entertaining the idea, letting them have a new trial. You know, they're probably full of shit. They probably murdered their parents for the insurance money or whatever, ended up putting them in prison, and that's that. And they've been using that excuse all these years. Oh, we're innocent, we're innocent. We really just killed them out of a noble cause. I mean, we're not innocent, but we killed them for a noble cause. They were banging us when we were kids. You know, that's like the failure white person's they called me a nigger excuse. You know what I mean? Oh, my parents were abusive. Oh, my parents raped me. You know? Yeah, it's easy to say now that your parents dead and they can't defend themselves. Never bothered to tell any police, and you know, back when your parents were alive. Never bothered to run away and never come back. Nah, just slaughter them and they go, oh, they raped me, you know, when I was a kid. So it's justified. It's all good. But in this case, with that little boy, that little white boy that got jumped, you know, his dad, if he does that to his dad when he gets big enough to do it, I'll have no remorse for that dad. Woe to them who endanger their children and who especially encourage endangerment of their children. Ag it along, help it along, bring it to the forefront, lay it upon their children. This dude just laid upon his child the burden that now every black in the neighborhood has an incentive to beat that white boy's ass. They were laughing at the dad as he was giving his speech for giving them the bike. The worthless nigger was sitting on the bike laughing, along with a camera person that was part of his entourage of blacks who was also laughing. Literally in real time while the cucked idiot was giving his virtue signal speech. And another reason I know that that's a Trump voting sports cuck, not a leftist like all the sports or all the cuck conservatives are trying to claim, is because he never mentioned white supremacy. He never said anything what a leftist would say. A leftist wouldn't just mention racism or wouldn't just say this isn't about race like Austin Metcalf, Cuck's dad or whatever, or cucked dad is said. Instead, there would be mentions of white supremacy, colonialism, all the leftist buzzwords would have came flowing out. And at minimum, one of them would have. And instead, the only one was the standard conservative go-to. I don't see color, you know. The textbook conservative mantra came out of that idiot. I don't see color. It's not about race. We got to learn to battle racism. What a crock of shit. And I honestly look forward to reading the news article in the future. 10 years from now, 15 years from now. He's going to get his. I would never trust that dad of mine ever again. I would if I was that little boy, you know, granted, he's too little to run away. You know, he's not going to have, but I would emancipate myself. I would call my grandparents. I would find somebody in the family that loves me more than him. The correct way, you know, like a family member is supposed to care about a child. And I would demand to move in with them. I'd be like, you got to get me away from this psycho. He's trying to get me murdered. Giving people gifts that just put a freaking gash in my forehead and punch me multiple times. Sucker punching me from behind multiple times. Beating me while I'm down. He gives them gifts for doing so. How disgusting and pathetic and horrific. I just can't even. It just makes me want to vomit. It just. Watching that idiot, it was worse than watching Austin Metcalf's dad. It honestly was. Knowing that he was a Trump-voting sports cuck, I knew for a fact that's what he was. And just watching that idiot say the stupidity that any conservative says at all times, I knew immediately what his whole problem was. He's a sports cuck. You know, that's the deal. And like I've said many times, all conservatives are just leftists. That's what they are. They pander to blacks exactly as much, just as hard as every leftist does, as any leftist does. They go out of their way, bend over backwards. They'll hire Tyrone instead of you. And they'll hire him for more money than they would offer you. Any worthless nog puts on a MAGA hat. Every conservative's like, put him on the Trump's podium next rally. You see it in the comment section. Not even making that up. Some other worthless black, I forget who it was recently, decided to put on a MAGA hat, you know. And all the idiots in the comment section. Oh, we need to let him speak at Trump's podium. Ugh. All right, I think I have covered enough of the sports cuckery for this upfront part of the session. So I will move on to other things, but that was a critical thing that needed to be discussed again and first thing during a stream. That way we could at least get, you know, all of the reasons collected in one instance, and we've got that covered now. Now, there are even more reasons than the ones I listed. I could keep going if I sit here and think about it for just a brief moment. But I covered all of the most pertinent ones. So anything else I remember, like, oh, yeah, this or that, would be, you know, a small fry compared to all the other examples. So moving on to other topics, Shiloh Hendricks. it was really nice to see that she made a video. Queen Shiloh, as we have titled her, she is crowned as that. And so I guess I should be referring to her that way. So Queen Shiloh put out her video response, and you know, her personality maybe is not quite as amazing as I was hoping it would be, you know, or whatever. But she is 1,000% based, which is what I care about most. And so God bless her. I hope that we still haven't hit 800,000. I saw some idiot on our side cheering for her, lying in the chat or in, I think it was a chat on either Salty Cuckers live stream earlier tonight or on a comment section of some other video that was posted today. Someone commented, I forget, they said a number, like just a few thousand more, and she's at 100 or at $1 million, you know? And I'm like, no way, that can't be right. You know, I forget how many they said, like 16,000 to go, and she's at $1 million or something. I checked it. She's still at like 786. Now that's good, and I'm grateful for that. But she definitely hit kind of a stopping point, you know, where it's just not climbing anymore. And if you haven't donated yet and you hear this stream tonight, I encourage you to please donate. It's not about her. It's about the message we're sending out. And for me, it is about her also, though. And so many people who have donated to her about her, for her safety. But for a lot of us, it was the message we're sending to the world, to the Yids, to the blacks, to the rest of the non-whites who are watching to see what we do about it. Because they know that someday whatever we do about the blacks, we're going to do about their race. They know the blacks are going to be first. All non-white races that are invaded into our countries right now, legal and illegal, they all know that the blacks are the first ones to go once white people snap out of their cuckery. And so you can bet your butt when we start getting rid of the blacks, the rest of the non-whites are going to start acting real polite with white people. Like, oh, we're just going to now start being polite to them again. We're now going to start being friendly with them again. We're now going to start hiring them once in a blue moon again instead of hiring nothing but our own kind by the hundreds. And that'll fool them, hopefully, into not picking us next to get rid of. But it's not going to work, you know. We're going to remember, no, you're next. You're not white either. You got to go too. And so the non-whites that aren't black are attentively watching what we do about the Shiloh response, you know, how big it grew, how far it's going to go. But it does look like our statement is made, and therefore we've kind of, you know, hit a stopping point, it seems. I sure do wish it would have hit $1 million. That would have really just been a punch to the face to all the non-white invaders and the Yids. But we're just going to have to take it as we get it. And honestly, it's still a miracle of God that we managed to make as big of a statement as we did. For all we knew, it might have totaled 70 grand or 30 grand, you know, or whatever. To hit 786,000 it has the blacks paying attention, you know. It has, and if the blacks are paying attention, the Jews are paying attention. You know what I mean? The Jews are paying attention anyway, but when their protected imports are paying attention, then the Jews really pay attention because they also have to throttle what the blacks say among themselves about it. So they're going to be throttling the blacks who agree with white people about in fatigue and all this stuff. There are a lot of blacks who are posting videos agreeing with white people that blacks' behavior is out of control and that they're embarrassing themselves or embarrassing the race and da-da-da and all this crap. And they consider themselves to be the exceptional nogs, you know, that don't behave like a fucking baboon and don't attack white people when they're out in public and things like that. But what they don't realize even is that they are also a chimp out time bomb. And they are just in a part of their life at that moment where they are not frustrated as a black and envious as a black at that moment as much as some other black who is more down and out than said black is who is lecturing the blacks. So this high and mighty black who's online, and there are many of them, but I'm just saying as giving a mono example here, you know, a particular black gets online, he's criticizing the blacks. Yeah, the white folks is right. They tired of y'all, man. I'm tired of y'all too. You know, y'all go out and rob stores, and I can't even go pick up my kid without one of y'all shooting. White people sick of that shit, man. They don't like that shit, man. And I don't like that shit neither. So y'all need to cut it out with all that bullshit before the white folk get too pissed off. And you hear them say it. You know, they'll tell the blacks that in their high and mighty moment. But the thing is, 2 years from now, 6 months from that video, 6 years from now, 12 years from now, that black who had that high and mighty moment was able to, from his, you know, stable position as a black at the time, whatever, he was able to confidently tell all the other blacks from outrospective that, hey, outrospectively that, look, you know, y'all are acting like maniacs. You know, I don't act like y'all, so I'm on the outside looking in at you. Y'all look like a bunch of fools. Y'all need to cut that out because you're making us all look bad, and you're going to get the white folks pissed off. Well, that applies to that nog at the moment because he's in that good, solid state right there at the moment. You know, he's not in a volatile state. But someday, the nog will find himself in a volatile state, in a peculiar situation that he's not happy with, and his chimp out moment will happen, and he will explode, and he might make it all the way to 31 or 28 or 45 or 50 before he has his chimp out moment. But he will have it. I haven't got to post this, and I didn't get to add it in the slideshow tonight, but a nog recently killed his black. Thank God it was a black, not a white woman. But he had been married to this black wife of his for 27 years. 27 years he had been married. Now, any conservative on earth would absolutely bet their entire paycheck that, oh, Willie, he's amazing. He's a great guy. Been married 27 years. You know, acts just like a white guy, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, when keep in mind, Willie's 55 years old. Him and his wife, I don't know what the guy's name really was. And him and his wife been together 27 years, right? And man, conservative guy talking about him down the street. Oh, yeah, great guy, great neighbor, you know. And all he really means is, yeah, he's black, but he's never set up a basketball goal out in the street. And he's never had gobs of nogs over to visit him, hanging out in the road, staring at all of our little white kids riding around. He never brought a bunch of his family over, and then they ended up breaking in all the cars. Well, that's what he means by the guy's a great neighbor. He doesn't actually know the nog, and he's only ever just waved at the nog as he drives by and this and that, you know. But to him, that's a great neighbor because that nog doesn't do anything like nogs typically would. So he has this ultra low standard for that nog being just a great neighbor, you know. And who knows? Perhaps that nog who killed his wife of 27 years, maybe he was a great neighbor. Maybe him and that white guy did know each other. And I'm the white guy. There is no white guy in the story. I'm just making up a conservative white guy that would live down the street and vouch for him as though he's amazing. Maybe he did know that arbitrary white guy that I'm talking about as a neighbor. Maybe they were buddies. Maybe they barbecued once in a while together on the weekends. But the bottom line is Willie ended up having his chimp out moment eventually. And the end result was, in this particular case, that he killed his wife. But it could have resulted in something else. Willie actually could have finally had his chimp out moment on the road, during a road raid, cause a road raid, gosh, I can't say it, and cause a road rage incident, where he gets in a mega fight with some other driver in the middle of a highway or whatever. It could be that he's in a restaurant, and he ends up flipping his shit and beating the crap out of some, waiter that, he thinks overcharged him for some extra fries that he didn't even order. But it will come. It will come. So all of these cucks who put that meme in the comments all the time, they love to use. There's always one in every comment section when it's a video about blacks misbehaving. Inevitably, every single comment section will have one person at least who puts, it's not all of them, but it's always them. And I'm always correcting them and putting, it's all of them as a reply. The reason why is because it is all of them. They just have different times in life where they will have their chimp out moment. Now, the ones that you would think of as hard R's, super hard R's, the super predators, they just basically chimp out 24/7. They're like, they live their life. The whole concept of being a thug is that you stay in chimp out mode at all times, right? So you're always volatile. You're always ready to pop off. You're always ready to pull your gun. You're always ready to start swinging on someone, knock someone out, especially a white person. And so that's what being a thug was all about, was staying in chimp out mode at full time at all times, right? And to glorify the idea that you're staying in chimp out mode all the time. That means you're hard, So because of that whole phenomenon that they do, they show that there is just yet another level of chimping out, which is full time for designer purposes, right? They do it for reputation in the neighborhood. They do it hoping they'll become a famous rapper and they'll have respect right out of the gate because, after all, they're already highly respected in the 402. And so they have, like different things that they go by that are important to them, and their little hierarchy of how how much they stay in full chimp out mode. But the bottom line is, it is all of them. It's all of them. It's just that they have their chimp out moment at different times in life, And so, and here's another thing that I've been trying to get conservatives to understand. They want to be able to cherry pick when the great day comes. They're going to be standing in our way going, hey, I know this dude, man. He's cool, bro. He used to work with me, and, I vouch for this one. He's not bad. He ain't one of the bad ones, He's one of the good ones, as they call them, right? And the reason, we're going to have to explain to the conservative at that point. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. We're going to have to, at that point, explain to the conservative, look, we do not have time to go investigating and having court sessions and little makeshift hearings. We have several witnesses vouch for one or whatever, whether he's a good or a bad one. We don't have time for that. Think of how many are here now. You're talking 40 million or whatever are here, 80 million, who knows how many it is. We don't have time. It would take us 10,000 years of our country's history or future in the future before we'd finally vet all the ones. They'd already be long dead for multiple generations before we'd finally get around to determining whether they were cool to be here or not. No, it has to be a broad sweep, And companies do this too. I'll give you another example of that. Why it has to be that way. or that I'll give you another example of proof that that is the way it's best to be done. Theme parks, when they have a special event in the evening, they will, at the time the park has to close so that they can start transitioning the park into being set up for the private function, they will do what's called sweeping the park. It will basically form a line of employees, and like a marching army, like how cops line up with their shields and everything in front of the riots, whatever. They will form a thing just like that of a bunch of their employees, and they will just all walk forward together in a very wide line that goes across the whole width of a certain walkway in the park. And they will clear that entire walkway of people who are guests, but they don't have a ticket for the special function that's going to happen in just a little while. So they get rid of everybody, and then it turns out maybe 12% of them that were in the park actually do have a ticket for the special function that night. But it would have been such an enormous hassle for them to try to vet each and every person. Hey, is this one cool to stay or not? You would have to stop at every person and ask them, do you have a ticket for tonight's special function? What special function? I'm interested in listening. Maybe I'll buy one. Oh, well, it's not that. You'd had to have already bought. Now all this time is being wasted per person in explaining, asking, checking. Instead, no, they sweep the park. That's what they do. They sweep the park. And then if you have a ticket to be able to be at the special function that evening, you simply get in line at the entrance again with your ticket for the evening's function, and you re-enter. And so am I saying that we'll allow some to re-enter? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm just giving you an example of the process of removal, that it has to be all of them at once, and then after we get them all gone, if some group of white people want to waste their whole lives worrying about whether or not this one and that one were ones that we could have left here, they could have stayed and they probably wouldn't have caused problems. That's all nonsense and arbitrary, because we wouldn't really know that's true. And also that's completely omitting the idea that they won't have more kids, right? Or that they wouldn't eventually build up resentment over time when now all of a sudden they're the only blacks left here. You know what I mean? And now they're pissed because all their blacks are back home struggling, or they're on Easter Island like I say we do with them. And so they know that the others are hating life now. No electricity, no cars, no music, no freaking speakers, no whatever the blacks like. Instead, it's chasing hyenas again, or, whatever. And so they're going to eventually build up resentment. That's it. And that's also not taking into account that they could also have another chimp out moment in their life. They're not limited to one. If they were limited to one, the thug couldn't exist. Because after all, the thug is the idea of chimping out regularly, continuously, or staying in chimp out mode full time at all times. Fuck you looking at, nigga, everywhere they go, So because of that situation, right, we do not have time to try to figure out who's anti-white and who isn't. And this applies to all the races, by the way, not just blacks. This applies to the Jays, okay? Especially applies to the Jays, especially, let me just take a nice big breath in. This especially applies to the Jays, okay? Sam Hyde, you're going. Sorry, buddy. We love you. We really do. Nah, I'm just kidding. We can let Sam stay. He's already been vetted. Sam has already earned, he's been called great by white people, which is heaven, so he's kind of earned his way into being allowed to be around the white people, I say. His video he did a while back at the right moment, saying the right stuff, really helped us out. That was a nice push forward for everyone. Thank you, sir. Um, but I kid about the other stuff, when it comes to, people like Sam Hyde who are Jewish, who have been a huge help to white people. But no, everybody's got to go, okay? And Sam Hyde can re-enter, But and we'll leave all his shit right where it is. So when he gets back, it's just like a vacation to the border, and then he just comes back, and then all his shit's right where it was. All his mic arms, And but the bottom line is we have to just do a full sweep, okay? That is what theme park does. That's what that's what concerts do, okay? You go to a concert, your local fair has freaking Willie Nelson to come play. All right, at the end of the show, they let you hang out for a little while, drink another few beers. The band's breaking down. But at some point, everybody's got to leave. And so when that time comes, the staff members, the ones walking around with staff big as fuck on their back of their T-shirt, they're all going to get together and kind of form a riot police line, and they're going to start marching everyone out, and as they run across someone, off y'all go, sir, please, thank you. And that'll be that. They will do the same thing. They do a full sweep. So that is what white people have to do. And I'm not telling you it's going to happen anytime soon because it looks very grim for that to be the case. So I don't want to make up a number because I truly don't know. And I pray for it to happen yesterday. So I don't want to say a time frame, but let me just say it doesn't look like it's going to be anytime soon. So, you've got a long way to go. We've got a long way to go. And we've got to do it together as a larger and larger community of white people who now understand among who us the jig is up. Speaking of water, certain states are starting to ban fluoride. I don't know how true it's going to actually be, but if that ends up really happening, truly being the case, I'm going to have to put on a MAGA hat for a day. But I'd want to see proof it happens for real, I want to see I want to be able to go to one of those states, just pick a random joint, a hotel, wherever I'm staying, whatever. I'm going to freaking take a sample of the water. I want to test it, and the bitch better say 0.00 fluoride. And if it does, I'll put on a MAGA hat for a day. Only one day, though, but I'll wear one for a day. The thing is, Trump did really good by playing that video to the president of South Africa. That was good shit. And for that one, I will wear a MAGA cap for a day. I don't have one anymore. When I bought mine at his rally, it was made in China, so of course they had the tag cut off of it, and you could see because the whole part of the tag was still there, but they cut the whole thing off where it said made in China. And so years later, I split with that girl that I was with, and during the lockdown, actually. And I just ended up leaving my MAGA hat at her house, but I didn't mean to, I say her house. It truly was, though, but long story short, it was our house, and I put it all in her name so that, if anything ever happened, I could just walk away. And the idea was that it was a gift to her, and it wasn't that difficult to accomplish for us, and so it would have been a really big, nice thing for her to own, all her own in her name. And so, yes, I said correctly. It was her house, but I had paid a whole bunch of money for that house, too. And when I moved out, I just somehow just didn't, I'm not a hat wearer, I'm not one of those people that wears hats. Do I have a collection of them? Yes. Do I wear one once in a while? Absolutely. But I'm not on the whole, I'm not like a hat wearer. I don't always have one on every day. Every time you see me, I'm not going to be wearing a hat. And so I just left without it. So I don't have it anymore. So I'll have to buy me a MAGA. But I'm going to buy one and wear it for one day because Trump played that video for the South African president to see his own self and all them idiots over there screaming that shit. And that's national news. Of course, he got shamed and everything else. He ambushed him. You know, you've all seen it. The leftist attack on the news. But he did it. It's done. Whether it was political theater or not, I'm still glad it happened. And I do realize that MAGA is third world cucked, like I always say. But to just to piss off the anti-Trumpers, I'll wear a Trump hat for a day because of that. And I'll say he earned that for that one. And but I still will also say that he wouldn't have been able to do that had the Jews not allowed him to. You know? I don't think the Jews were in the background going, you better fucking not play a video like that, or just didn't say anything that, like, I don't think the Jews, there would never be a situation where the Jews don't know what the president plans on playing for the president on a TV, right, rolled up on a cart next to him, you know, shit like that. I mean, it's, he wouldn't have been able to do it unless the Jews allowed him to do it. So that's why he only gets one day. I'll wear one for one day. And now, because he did the other thing, I'll wear it for another day. So I owe him 2 days of MAGA hat wearing at this point. And really, honestly, to be full disclosure, I really owe him probably 4 days of MAGA hat wearing, because there are other things that have happened since he's president and the Indian twat is not, that have happened that I agree with and that I was glad to see be done. But the fluoride being taken out of the water in certain states has, you know, don't know if it'll happen in every state, but that's great news. And I hope it spreads to all the states. I'm sure it won't to, like, the liberal states. They love their putting poison in the water. They love the idea of that shit. So probably won't happen in liberal states, but I'd love to see many, many, many states take that initiative. And I hope that it's also not bullshit where they declare it's banned, but then they just keep on as they go always, or rename it, you know, where, oh, we're not putting fluoride in here anymore. We're putting something, that some new name they've created for it, where it's the same shit. They haven't changed anything about their process. They're still putting the same amount in, and it's still fluoride. But now they renamed it. Like how they did Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Just renamed it, and pow, now they can do whatever they want with it, you know? So it's questionable whether or not it's true still at this point, as far as I'm concerned. Now, I know that Trump lovers would be already totally satisfied that it's definitely happening, that it's already happened, and therefore surely it's going to kick in any day now kind of shit. And so, you know, it may or may not be true. I got to see more proof than just being told that, you know. And I also got to see more proof than seeing some complaint by the leftist media that he has done it, right? Because that's another way the Jews will trick you, is they will do a news article that appears as though it's bashing Trump, right? For the thing he did. And the thing he did is something that you wish Trump would do, right? But that he's just never done, and we felt like he would never finally get around to doing, if ever planned on it at all. And so by the news complaining that he has done the thing that you wish he would do, it dupes Trump conservatives into believing that he's doing all the things, right? When really it could be that, because keep in mind, if Trump really does something, right, in theory, this is if there is no theory as far as that goes, and if they're not all in cahoots together, Trump included, then the theory is that they are always against him. So if he does something, they claim he didn't do it. You know, Trump saved a baby. No, he didn't. You know, Trump did a whatever. No, he didn't. Or, you know, and so they're basically opposite of what Trump allegedly does, right? And they'll claim that he doesn't do things most often. And they'll have this big elaborate explanation of why he didn't actually do what all of his fans think he did, right? And of course it'll be an article from a rabid leftist Jew or whatever. But that will be the approach, will be that anytime they want to convince you that Trump did something that he hasn't actually done for you, they know that all they have to do is complain about him doing so in a news article. And that will fool all the Trump conservatives into telling themselves, see, he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Promises made, promises kept. So they know how to manipulate conservatives very easy with the news by complaining about stuff Trump did that they know he didn't actually do, but that the Trump conservatives think he did. And it's a funny little process. It's hard to explain. It'd be nice to be able to articulate things with very short wording that have that kind of complexity, but that really is the situation, you know, a lot of times. And then there are other times where Trump will actually do something and they're complaining about that or saying he didn't really do it even though you think he did. So, you know, again, the narrative is among the conservatives that the media is always lying the opposite and telling the opposite of what Trump did. So if Trump did something, media says he didn't really do it. If Trump didn't do something, or the media will accuse him of things that he didn't really do, kind of, you know, the exact opposite things. So since they want to believe that the news always reports 180-degree opposite of whatever Trump did or didn't do, it is very easy to manipulate conservatives with that, you know, because they can simply complain, you know, here's why Trump's fluoride ban doesn't really get rid of fluoride. You know, that would be the name of the article or whatever, the title of the article. And that would make a conservative Trump conservative, that would make them tell themselves, yes, Trump must have really got rid of fluoride because here the lefties are complaining about the fact that he did. You see how that works? So that's the process. That's the protocol. That's the modus operandi. And hold on a second, I'm checking this thing over here. Stand by. All right, sorry about that. Moving on to some other part. Let's start a new chapter, completely new rant, completely new topic. Always having to do with our white people, though. Sabbath. It's Sabbath tonight. Happy Sabbath. And I hope all of you have already done your Sabbath prayers. I hope you did them first thing, as all godly men did in our Holy Bible. I did successfully do mine before I started the stream, and I recommend you folks do the same. It's not my opinion. Our Bible tells us to. So, happy Sabbath to everyone, and I hope you have a wonderful actual Sabbath day tomorrow. Daytime, I mean, by day. And I hope it's safe and restful and rejuvenating. But most of all, I hope you're full of gratefulness to our God. He gives you 52 of these a year, not counting the first every new moon, first of the month. It's the first of the month. That should mean for us, right? Because it's the first of the moon. And so if you want to celebrate those feasts, you're welcome to, but those are not the seventh day. The seventh day is Sabbath. The others are lesser Sabbaths. Sabbaths with a plural. And sometimes the Sabbath is referred to with pluralism where it has the S on it. But pluralism wasn't the right word to say there. But in the plural sense, with an S on it. But because God chastises us for not keeping his Sabbaths, right? When he says that, plural, he's meaning the Sabbath. But he could have just as well said, you have not for generations been keeping my Sabbath. And it would have meant he would have been meaning the exact same thing that he said there. So he wasn't talking about, you haven't kept my new moon Sabbaths. That became Jewry, where Jews care about keeping every single old celebrative time. Whereas, Jesus Christ did away with all those Sabbaths. And that's why they're not, first of all, they were never as important as the seventh day. They're not written about in the creation week. Only the seventh day of every week is written as important in creation week. So all the other Sabbaths, the first of the month, the Jubilee, there's a bunch. If you went by the Jewish ones, gosh, they celebrate every other day. There's a freaking Sabbath. And for Jews, it's an excuse to not have to work. But it's also, and to party and whatever, babe, we have to. It's our religion. It's party time again. But, for the rest of us, we know that our Bible says 6 days shall you work. That means 6 days, pick what you want in them to do what you want in them. You got a gig where you work 4 days a week and you get 3 off. Good for you. Make sure one of them is your Sabbath. But the bottom line is God said 6 days shall you work. So that means 6 days are all the same. One's not more important than the other. Next part of the verse says, but, the Sabbath, the seventh day, it says, but, the seventh day is the holy Sabbath of the Lord. So, I hope all of you teach your loved ones Happy Sabbath by sending them Happy Sabbath in a text. Again, I've said it before, when I've mentioned this before, some of them will be reluctant to say Happy Sabbath back for a long time. Might take many Sabbaths. But out of nowhere one day, your buddy that you do it to, y'all race cars together, y'all build guns together, y'all do, archery together, whatever it is. Start sending him Happy Sabbath. He'll ask you, what's that all about? Why are you saying Sabbath? That shit's Jews and shit. And then that gives you the opportunity to explain, well, it turns out Jews aren't Israelites at all. And then you can explain the whole thing. And that gives you an opportunity to uncuck one of your own buddies. Could be a family member. Could be a cousin of yours you're real cool with. You do it to your parents. I definitely recommend you do it to your parents. Happy Sabbath text. Just send them that text every Sabbath. Happy Sabbath. Love you. Love y'all, whoever it is. You got one parent, you got two parents. And children, absolutely, of course. By default, just like the parents in importance as far as who you should send it to. So you start with the family, and then you work your way out from there. But Sabbath is our most important thing. God gives you 52 of them a year. 52 of them a year, y'all. There's 365 days in the year. 52 of it are celebratory days made specifically for white people. God did not make Sabbath for any of the other races. And the only reason you ever see the Bible mention that all the other kinds, well, you see it says all the other nations, and that means nations means races, right? But the Bible never concerns itself with beasts and locusts as races, therefore as nations. Any nation you're reading about in the Bible was a white nation fighting another white nation. Some white nations were baddies, some white nations were goodies. We ended up being the goodies. So, Sabbath is a day of, here's the thing, is it's a day of worship to God, to our God. It's a day for us to be grateful to our God all throughout the day, from when the evening begins to when the evening comes again the next day. It's supposed to reset us. It's a reset button. You're supposed to look forward to it. You're supposed to thank God when it finally arrives. And put all the stuff down you were busy doing all week. And celebrate and thank God and be among brethren who are like-minded. And so here we are, right? And I'm no one special. I'm just some guy that wants you to understand what God says in plain words in our Bible. You can read it for yourself. I'm just pointing it out. Like, hey, we should really pay attention to this. And we should really pay attention to this. And they're logical. I've given you my logic of why Sabbath is the most important day. It was always our day because it was our God's day. So it was always, the Sabbath was always white man's day. And we've had it cucked out of us over a period of what has now been, 1,600 years, but it was really 1,260 or so, where they heavily campaigned against white people with death to stop keeping Sabbath. And so that is how Sabbath was forced out of us, by death of millions of our people. And not only is that the case, but there are other things. We're losing our day to the Jews, right? It allows them to take yet another thing from us. Don't they already have enough of our stuff? Don't they already have an additional 150 Sabbaths a year more than we get? Because they just keep all of our oldest Sabbaths before Christ? So, you're going to let them have our Sabbath too? And keep God angry your whole life? One of the examples in the Bible is that God tells us, and he does it more than one time, but there are examples in our Bible where God is explaining to us why he's destroying us. He says, because you're stepping on my Sabbath. If you'll take your foot off my Sabbath and think of the Sabbath as a delight, I will heal your land. But really, there's a part before that where he says, I will, basically clear out the invaders. And that means he'll do it himself. That means we don't do it. It'll be some kind of wild miracle that blows white people's minds. It'll be something to behold that you and I could never think of right now, because this will come in the future. Who knows when? 15 years from now, 50 years from now, 65 years from now, but it's coming. And when it comes, whenever that day is, whatever that crazy miracle is that God performs, it'll be something that none of us, whoever listen into this stream and hang out together, will have ever been able to think up right now with either the technology we know of that exists yet, or because of some situation that's just unforeseeable that will exist in the future that doesn't exist at all right now. God has done incredibly wild things far beyond what we would have ever dreamed up to cause situations to happen. So, the point of this channel is I wanted us to I want us to be one of the times where white people win again, where we take back what we were supposed to never cuck away and use it again the right way, like it's supposed to be used. Door closed. Not leg hanging out with the door open. Just restoration of our original homeland, the way we're used to, the way we expect, the way that we've lost. That's what this channel is for. And so every avenue and every topic that has anything to do with anti-white garbage is a concern of the channel, is a focus that we have to pay some sort of attention to, whether it's a less significant thing than another or whatever. But all of it collectively is the war against white people. That's what it has been for, really all this time. We worry about America. We think about America. America's only 250 years old, 275, whatever, years old. Whereas, sorry, I got distracted. I'm watching something over here in the woods. Whereas we're talking the war against white people's been happening since before Jesus Christ. All right, the war against white people technically started when Jays started trying to infiltrate us through John Hyrcanus. And when John, I used to say Hernicus, so in other old streams or old videos that you might watch of mine, I'll probably say John Hernicus because I misread it the first time I ever read his name, and it stuck that way in my brain, and I never switched it to the correct way, but it's actually Hyrcanus. And the war against white people has started even before that, but really since then, And it went up and down all through the years because we populated the earth massively back then. A lot of white people don't understand that the world used to be 80% white people, sometimes higher than that. And so we covered this earth. And that's the way God wanted it. God wanted this whole earth covered in white. He told us that. And so, And at the end times, all the ones who will be left destroyed will litter the earth like dung. That's a quote in Revelation about what's left over and what it's going to look like, what they'll look like laying dead on the ground all over the earth. They'll look like dung. Huh, isn't that interesting? So from the sky looking down, they would look like, little turds. So that's interesting, and that's exactly what the Bible means, So the Sabbath is our key to victory. That's why Sabbath is so important. It's the fourth commandment of God. Aren't you a 10 Commandments God believer? Aren't you a believer in a God that has his 10 commandments? That's what you've heard your whole life, right? You've never heard of the 9 commandments or the 8 commandments of God. It's always been the 10 commandments, right? So that's always been right in your face the whole time. It's one of God's 10 commandments. Before many of you who may listen to this were born, our courthouses all over our country used to have these beautiful, high dollar spent by taxpayer money. But that's good. 'Cause that's our shit. Beautiful displays of the 10 commandments in every courthouse across our entire country. There wasn't one courthouse that didn't have its version, its own beautiful version of our God's 10 commandments in it. So here we are, fourth commandment right there in them. And everyone goes to church on Sunday and goes jet skiing on Sabbath. Crazy. Now, here's an argument I've had about Sabbath. God would want us to enjoy ourselves on Sabbath. So that is the day I should go jet ski. That is the day I should go trail riding. That is the day I should go boating or mudding or whatever. Flying airplanes. And, it's a decent enough argument. I've heard some good ones. That's a pretty good one of all the arguments. That one actually, the first time I was ever told that one by someone, it actually did catch me off guard. I actually, mentally tripped up a moment, But the bottom line is God has a set way. And he says you don't do your pleasure on his holy day, And so that means you don't go do your pleasure on his holy day. You do your pleasure on your days. He gives you 6 of them. I mean, think of the generosity here of the situation. We are these inventions of his, these creations, right? Like little automatons. And we're given this task. And we have 10 rules that we have to go by. And then there are a number of other rules on top of that. So we have basically I haven't ever totaled them up, but maybe 144 rules, which would be the 12 tribes times 12. And so of these 144 laws or whatever, and it's an arbitrary number that I just conjured up in my head right now for lack of not knowing the total number of God's true laws total. But at lesser laws, I mean total. But even with all of that understanding, God, and he gave us a soul, right? Think of this generosity. He gave us a soul where we have a right to decide. He gave us the right, basically. It doesn't mean we're not going to get punished, though, if we do the wrong thing, but he gave us the right to choose. As being a soul, our own independent soul, we can decide that we blame God for our problems and end up hating him because we blame him for our problems, or we can decide to not give 2 shits whether God exists or not and pretend that we believe in evolution, pretend that we think that sounds the most feasible, that we evolved from freaking protozoa and salamander. my gosh. So, you know, excuse me. It's just for us to omit the fourth commandment when it was revered through time by all of our people. You know, the 10 are the most important. Yes, there are a much greater number of total God's laws, but the 10 mega criticals. Fourth commandment is the Sabbath. So that's why God compelled me to, when I restarted again on YouTube, to just only focus on these things. And, you know, Sabbath is pro-white. So that's the thing, is it's the most based thing. So like you talk about based and cucks and whatever. Well, most of you who view this channel already know that if you're not not just a follower of Jesus Christ, but you have to be baptized, fully submerged in water, in the name of Jesus Christ, and be white, of course, or you're not even really a true Christian, you know. Sorry, I'm getting distracted again for a moment. Let me just give me a second. All right, heck with it. But, you know, no matter how based you think some dude is, right? And you've heard me mention other folks that I say are based. I even recommended this guy who's brand new. I can't say his name right now, but the guy that wears the ball cap and he's kind of always looking down at his phone. I posted a thing in my community post the other day. Excuse me. Asking y'all to help him out by giving him a view and a like and a sub. And then other people did also. So thank y'all for whoever did from me. But then apparently people who reach a lot more folks than I do per video also shared his videos around. And he exploded over like a 2 or 3 day period. He jumped up like to 1,500 from, I think when I sent the community post out, he was at like 700. And I figured we might give him 30, you know. If I was, that's what I was hoping. I'm like, man, if I can at least get 30 subs his way, that'd be cool. And turns out it wasn't, you know, it didn't seem like very many people participated. I only got like 2 likes from it. And I thought, wow, that's kind of surprising. But because you would expect people to be looking forward to hearing new folks, you know, added to the list of people they can listen to, have the option of. Because some nights YouTube's dry these days, huh? Man, I feel like stream out of nowhere sometimes because YouTube will be so dried up at night. No good stream going. No good video posted by anyone. You know, a lot of nights I think to myself, man, if only I didn't have to be up in the morning. If only I didn't have stuff to do right now, I would freaking stream tonight. But it's just the way it is, you know. And but the Sabbath, I'm not going to stay on it, but since it is Sabbath, I wanted to just, you know, press and press and press, and I have billions of more examples I can give, but that was just a couple. And they're the most important ones. You know, it's the fourth commandment, and you get 52 of them per year. That's extremely generous. Gosh, I cannot speak tonight. That's extremely generous, you know. I mean, he could give us 2 a year or 1 or 0. He could have just made us farmer or ant workers, you know, type of automaton things that don't even get a celebration. They don't even know what that is. It's not even programmed in our life, you know. We're just worker bees or something. And instead he gives us 52 celebrations a year with him. 52 opportunities to thank him to worship him, sing songs with our children to him. And I've done all my life, you know, not the entirety of my life, but like, you know, in my portions where I had my kids and things, we did those things. And it didn't matter which denomination I went to at the time because I wasn't a member of any of them, and I would visit a different one every week. So, you know, I was never like getting stuck into some particular one. And I recommend other folks do that. I do it that way also, you know. Like, for example, if you end up starting to try to infiltrate a Seventh-day Adventist church that you found, you find one that you like, you dig the people, and you think to yourself, oh, well, I'll start infiltrating this particular one. Still shop around. Try other ones out. If you're going the Seventh-day Adventist route, then just at least try other Seventh-day Adventist churches also, you know. If your approach is to not try to infiltrate any church and just get your own understandings going or whatever, then Godspeed to you anyway. But I still say that if we all collectively infiltrated our own local Seventh-day Adventist churches around us, that, you know, there are plenty around you that have blacks or are all black. But just keep looking through them until you find one that is all white. And then that's the one you want to infiltrate, you know. Because you won't have a hard time trying to get rid of blacks and all this stuff. If they're not there, it's a non-issue. And then you just work your way in, infiltrate your way in. And then one day, to the pastor, have a real good sit down about the Bible and stuff with him, you know, and just blow his fucking mind, you know. And then if he becomes hostile about the truth, then you know that he's just a J-obeyer the whole time, working to keep white people duped. You know, like one of those assistants during an occult ritual. You'll see like the one leader of the ritual standing in the middle or up high or something, and then there'll be all these other little helper ones underneath him roaming around him, offering things up at him, doing stuff at him. And imagine it being one of those. Man, I gotta look at this shit real quick. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. So, but I'll move on from Sabbath. Happy Sabbath. God bless you all. I have so much more I could say about it. I could just keep going all night. I didn't even finish my point of this last thing I was saying, but I'm going to move on because we still have other things. We covered Queen Shiloh. That's good. Oh, I did want to say the lady named Lily Gardner or something. I don't know. I forget what her last name was, but she has been putting out super based videos. But particularly one the other day she did. I declare earned her own crown. I think she should also be titled a queen. Keep in mind, our white people have been without queens now for a really long time. I mean, we used to have hundreds of white queens all over the world, and I'm not exaggerating or making that up or saying it metaphorically speaking. We literally, physically, used to have hundreds, sometimes thousands, sometimes over 10,000 white queens living on the earth at the same time. And now we've been reduced to none, basically. We have maybe 3 or 4 queens over in Europe that we don't even know of. We don't know who they are. And when you see one, you're like, ugh, whatever. But they're so minuscule now that they're basically not a thing anymore. And we are the new highest level society, right? So royalty was always considered the highest level of society. And even though we don't have amazing castles like our ancestors would build, and even though we don't have beautiful, glorious fountains and stunning roadways made of all cobblestone laid by hand for miles and miles, or plumbing or whatever that runs from mountain range to mountain range, we have the internet. And while we could be much better with it than we are at least putting it to use for white people. Yes, I use the internet for other things, but it is so easy to use it to help white people, to help end the war against white people, showing people pictures, telling people stories, being able to tell them, look, I could pull it up right now on Google. We have technology now that our ancestors would rub themselves if they ever saw in person, and yet we do so little with it for our people and for our God. Because here's the deal is, when I say for our people, what I'm really saying is for our God. Every time you hear me worried about our people, I'm worried about our God and what our God thinks about our people at the time, about the subject, And so I'm just saying our people as an end result down the line of what I'm getting at, what I'm trying to save. But ultimately, in the beginning, it's actually I'm worried about what is our God going to say. Anytime you hear me worried about our people, just know that I'm saying, what would our God say? What will our God think of us? Will he be angry with us? And, God's not just an angry God. Will he be happy with us? That means if we do a thing that would please God, will he be happy with us? Well, yes. The answer is yes. So God is not some mean dad where he's only just polite to you and then mean to you if you do something wrong. But he's polite, or that he's cordial with you as long as you're not misbehaving. But you never get like a positive experience out of him. No, God actually gives you a positive experience with him, and you don't have to wait until you die and then wait in the ground until Christ returns and then get resurrected and finally start enjoying that benefit from God when you pleased him. No, in your lifetime, this lifetime right now, whenever you end up pleasing God here and there, God will reciprocate the satisfaction he received from you pleasing him. And when he does, he will make it known to you, obvious. It'll be pretty conspicuous. So be aware of those things. When blessings come your way, don't pat yourself on the back like, oh man, I had a great idea and it worked out awesome and freaking look how smart I am. Instead, say, thank you, God. Thank you, God. That's your response. You might be a genius, but God could have allowed you to get a stomach bug and you'd be in the toilet puking. You wouldn't have saved no day. So you thank God. That's what you do. And I mean, there are other things I could elaborate with that too, but the bottom line is, you know, be grateful. You know, thank God. Don't worry about trying to uplift yourself in your own mind or whatever, that you created the good scenario that came. What it'll really be is it'll be the blessing from God from when you pleased him in a previous time. You know, it may have been recently that you pleased him with something you did. It may be, extended a period of time, but it won't be as long as you think. All right. So I can't give you an exact number, right? But here's what I will say with absolute Bible fearing confidence, that it will not take forever. God does not make you wait 10 and 12 years to see a reply from him that he is pleased with what you've done. Instead, you will get your response from God quickly. I cannot, again, I can't say a time frame, but it will not be so long in the future later that you don't have the ability even to remember that you had done something that should please God, since, that's, if it's according to God's, things that please him. So, or if you've just been living your way pleasing to God, and you pretty much expect that you have been, based on biblical demands. And in any of those cases, you're already good, Whoa, that's cold. Dadgummit. Gosh. Just got that on me a little bit. My shoe. Get rid of it. Made it to my toe. All right, let me sit back in this recliner. It's actually a nice evening out. Weather is very nice. So I got me a recliner outside. I'm kicked up. Gonna enjoy one of my 52 Sabbaths per year. And I didn't mean to get it far off on a tangent last time there on that topic either, so that I was just talking about. But I'll move on to another topic too. So many more we can cover. There is a new, and I don't have a bunch of info on this yet, but there is a new scheme coming out for blacks. They're going to basically get, it's basically going to pay their car insurance from now on, and we already have a program that does that. But what it is now is they have this new one where they can game the system a little bit more, where they're given a check, I guess, to then cash to pay for their insurance, right? So they go out and get the highest quote they can get. And then they turn that in, and the state says, okay, well, your quote you turned in was whatever, 163 a month. We'll send you a check for $163. You put it in your bank account, pat you on the head, and you go ahead and pay that insurance every month. We'll send you the check every month. Then what they do after they start getting the $163 check every month is they go out shopping for cheaper insurance. And the government never checks it again. So they just keep sending that $163 check every month. And really, they've switched to some, or never even hired the expensive quote one. Instead, they went out and got the lowest, cheapest one they could. And then they get to keep all the difference. And so that's been already going on for 2 decades plus now. But there is a new thing happening with it too, where like even if they get in a crash and there's like they got to pay the deductible and all that, this pays all of that. It pays their deductible in a crash. And it also pays for weather disasters, right? Now, you've been paying Allstate for 25 years, 30 years, 12 years. And just 2 big storms ago that were maybe 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 8 years ago, you had your weather disaster insurance canceled, even though you were being forced to pay for it. And if they didn't cancel it, they at least removed all the most important things, like your house insurance or the value of all your things inside your house that's already been documented with the company. But meanwhile, they will pay for theirs. They'll pay the deductible. They'll, you know. And the other thing is the reason all these things that they're doing, it's kind of like an all-in-one bag kind of deal. But, you know, they also have, there's another one where they, I've already shown the one where you're already paying for their cellular and their home internet. And there's also one for paying their car payment every month. That's why all of them drive around in brand new stuff and you don't, perhaps. I could if I wanted to, but since I like owning multiple cars, it's just more cost effective to own slightly older cars than brand new. Stand by. Sorry about that. And you know, but we pay this other, and there's this other one though. There's another whatchamacallit, program, as they like to call them. And it pays for their crash deductible and all that stuff, you know. And also it covers the severe weather damage, while you can't even get that anymore. And if they have started allowing you to buy it again years later, I'm sure it comes at a big premium. But instead, yeah, if they get their car dinged up in a storm, you know, a hailstorm goes by, all they got to do is storm up to the body shop and be like, I got dings in my shit. And the government will be like, yes, Miss Nog, no problem. We'll get that right. We'll get on that right away for you, Miss Nog. And that'll be that. In a few weeks, her car will be back to normal. And Shaniqua can keep driving through town, ticking people off in traffic. All right, next topic. Austin Metcalf, I was going to cover him, but it's already been talked about a lot lately, and nothing big time has been happening with it yet, so we're kind of like the eye of the storm with that one right now. So I'll skip that one, but I know there are others I wanted to chat about, and I'm just like, having to think about them in my mind, like which ones were the ones that earlier in the week I'm like, oh yeah, we definitely got to talk about that. Well, here's another one, and I'm going to do a video about this, but because I am going to start making videos again. I'm sorry that I haven't yet, y'all. I just haven't started yet. I'm sorry. But I'm going to do a video about kosher. All right. So I will just give you folks who are faithful listeners the preview. And here it goes. Kosher is garbage, not just because it's the Jews' thing, right? But it's kosher because of why it's the Jews' thing. And I've been meaning to cover this, and I touched on it before in a stream maybe 2 or 3 or 5 or 8 ago, but I only just touched on it, But kosher for the Jews is not like what white people think it is. Based white people are the closest. They're getting warmer. And so, they know. But they're still not all the way over the target. But they're close. They're warm. Kosher is presented to white people as a restriction that the Jews have, right? The Jew will say, I can't do that. It's not kosher. I can't touch that. That's not kosher. I can't eat that. That's not kosher. That's the typical one. But they call other things that, in their little wacky world of stuff, that they wouldn't be kosher, whether it's a situation or whatever. And that is how it's presented to white people. It's presented to white people as though it's a restriction upon the Jews, not you, right? Not you. You don't give a shit about kosher, right? So in your white person mind, kosher means whatever, just that it's Jewish, So to you, it seems as though kosher doesn't affect you at all. But the other day, another famous YouTuber posted where a waiter, at a restaurant. Hold on one second, let me get a drink. Sorry. Sorry. A YouTuber recently posted a video where a waiter handed a drink to a Jew, and he's filming himself with his shit-eating grin on his face, and he goes, I can't drink this. This isn't kosher, and he looks back at the camera like with his little sniveling smile. And that was a beautiful example of what kosher really is for. Kosher is not a restriction on any Jew. Jews can even break any law that is Jewish. All right, if the Jewish law says something's kosher, but Jew wants to do it anyway, he can do it, and no other Jew is going to condemn him for that or anything. And not only can they break any kosher law because it's just arbitrary made up bull crap that they use, whatever, right? It is to cause everyone else to do their bidding. All right. And that what happened was this worked really well for them as new arrivals in places that they wanted to infiltrate and subvert, aka white countries, right? Now, they couldn't invade black countries, and they couldn't invade, as they call them, the dark races countries. But white people, were sympathetic, were empathetic, and so they could show up in a white society as vagabonds, as, bums who have the such lack of couth that they come up and knock on your door. That kind of imposition is the type of imposition Jays have. And they cry their way into a white society, right? And now they're in it. And then all they got to do is pretend they're white and play along with the whites, and give the whites a little win here and there because, after all, you're in their country. But over time, they just slowly subvert, And so it's the same way in all the different, how do I articulate that? It's the same way, But what it does is it causes you, the goy, to have to do extra things for a Jew. So when that sniveling Jew told that goy that he couldn't drink that drink, right? Well, the goy has to because he's at work. It's not like he's living his own life right now. He's at his damn job. So because he's at his damn job, the stupid sniveling Jews, kosher bullshit makes him, the goy, have to go do something, make something new, do more and extra and special work just for the Jew and the Jew only to make his stupid, quote, kosher drink. And so getting back to what they would do infiltrating white countries because we're cucks is once they would infiltrate our countries and they're in with the white people and playing along with the white people, the one thing they wouldn't play along with is whatever we eat. They would say, oh, sorry, that's not kosher, that's not kosher. And white people would say, what do you mean? You don't like pork chops? And they're like, no, whatever. And we're not supposed to eat pork, by the way. They stole all of our ancient laws from us, so it's always been our God's law that we're not supposed to eat pork. But I realize white people do it these days, and they don't want to hear me say it and whatever, and you can fight that out with God on your own. But I'm just telling you what the Bible says, and I'm also telling you that's why the Jews do it, or I should say why the Jews do not partake of it, because they're trying to emulate or impostor as though they are Israelites, like white people are Israelites, and therefore they have to be against pork, like we're supposed to be against pork. And so they would get into our countries and use that, and white people would do backflips trying to accommodate them. What do you mean? You don't like our dinner we made? Okay, well, we got to make you some other kind of dinner, some special kind of dinner, some totally different kind of dinner than everybody else here is eating. Okay, I guess we will, out of the kindness of our freaking stupid hearts and or doofus hearts. And so white people would go out of their way to make, a different meal, a special meal, a different thing, whatever, to satisfy that one or two or five Jewish customers that popped in talking about this isn't kosher. And that video was just a wonderful example of that, where that sniveling Jew is just, vlogging himself as he rejected, the drink. But it really is, honestly, it's just to get you to do stuff that you don't do at all otherwise, and that you don't do except for Jews. And to the Jews, what that does is gives them all this extra prominence, all this special prominence. They talk about it, among themselves. And how they're enjoying, all this power and ability they have right now. But the kosher thing is just a weapon of theirs. That's what I should have started the whole thing off of this segment about, this subject about, is it's just their weapon. Like white people, it's not in our mind to come up with stuff that we supposedly can't do to force other people to do extra special stuff for us. But that's literally what the situation is, And it's just it's yet another one of our, subjects we need to sort out. And again, I'm trying to get all this sorted in our lifetimes, in our lifetimes. Forget if it happens, 100 years from now, that would suck. That would mean we have to live in a destroyed America all the way till we're done, and time out in the world. That is no way to leave our country behind. Uh, so many subjects. The Jew that pretended or tried to stage his own version of Shiloh, Queen Shiloh, the other day, that was pretty funny. And I never finished my point about Queen Lily. I say we crown her. I say we all declare that she is one of our queens now, because we don't have enough anymore. It's time we start reestablishing them, and we are basically the new hierarchy of the world, the digital space. And yes, all the people against us are, they number much greater than we do online, but their scenario they have over us now will be relevant once, the great day comes. So all we have to concern ourselves with is over on this we're tracking. But, and make everything in our life we can. Because, we still got a ways to full removal and all this stuff. And I mean, it's a long haul, even when we don't try to keep any. But Lil, wish I could say her last name. I feel bad. I hope she doesn't ever hear any of this and get mad. at me. But I say we crown her because we need more of our queens to exist in the world again. And she did a video the other day that was very based. For white people, strong. I was I was like I didn't jump up and down in my chair, but in my mind I was jumping up and down in my chair. For sure. And you know, I encourage her to, stay going forward. She seems to be extremely based. God bless her. I'm sorry I didn't finish my point about her earlier, but I just wanted to throw that in there since it came back to my mind that I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't finish about Lily. Um, and she's had that one video though. All her videos are based, but this one video in particular she posted. Y'all know which one who watch her. That one was good, real good, about our white people and the whole thing. Um, so big props to her. And getting back to my thing I was talking about though. The what you call it? Crap. It left my head. Man, I'm like running on 4 brain cells. I got sick a week ago. I got poisoned by something. And it's been a rough week. So sorry that my short-term memory is like absent tonight. I'm still in recovery from it, but I do feel a lot better now. This is like my first normal day where I don't feel like cruddy or something. Um, I'm usually more on point, but like barely able to function tonight. Um, man, it just like floated away. Give me a second. Sorry, yes, kosher. But Lily, great lady. God bless her. Godspeed to her. But back to kosher. It makes you do all these ridiculous things for them that you wouldn't do for any other time. Um, and there are other things too. There are like, get off me, gummit. Um, there are other things about it too, but that's like the main thing about it is just, and I'll save those for the video, but the main gist of it is it makes you have to do things special, and different and unique only for them. And to them, that's like, empowerment over you, proof to themselves that they rule over you, things like that you wouldn't like if you really knew that they understood that they think that way. Which is why I was saying very early on in the stream that all the J's got to go, and then we'll rehash things afterward. But uh, moving on from kosher, which I may have already done before, and I'll jump back into it real quick to finish it. That my point of it there. But the other guy that I promoted, no, yeah, I did. I promoted him too. The Irish guy, Critical MMA or Critical Eye MMA. He's cool, super ultra based. Um, The only thing is let me back that statement off, because he still watches fighters and stuff. So I'm sure he cares about some of the non-white stats, even if they're not blacks. It might be something else. But hopefully he doesn't. Hopefully he only is a fan and an enthusiast of white people that are involved. But otherwise, he's very based. I'm pretty sure he's a Christian. So if he isn't, then he's not ultra based. Obviously, you got to be. The thing about based is you have to be baptized to be a follower of Jesus Christ. If not, you're not based. So all these ones who are pagan cucks or could care less, or just indifferent that we have a creator. Finally getting around to that point that I started in the beginning. No matter which it is, crap, man, it like left my head again. No way. I got up way too early too. I was up at like 4. I didn't have to be today, and I still got up at 4 o'clock. Ugh. No alarm or nothing, just popped awake. So that's probably part of it. I'm a little beat down today from that too, I think. But I was talking about the dadgum forgot it for a second. It'll come back in a second, but I just got to think about it for a second. I had moved on from the one thing. I should have taken notes, but I didn't because I didn't have time. To like get everything ready, like to slam it together before I could get it started. And I had just like a little bit of time after I got it all going and ready and everything, and then hung out in another chat for a little while before it was time. But and did my Sabbath prayers before I did that. But well, I'm not gonna sit here and try to remember it. It'll come back to me in a minute. We can just start another thing I want to talk about. Oh, well, I had mentioned, and I was going to get to talking about it anyway, but I hadn't done it yet. About the dude that I Hypocrite posted a video about it too, which was great because a lot of us were already thinking it, and I Hypocrite totally confirmed it all with one nice package in a video where this sniveling Jew tried to replicate the Shiloh Hendricks situation. And he got called out for it pretty much right away online, thank God. And not only was that him trying to just make up his own Shoah, but and make himself out to be like he's based and yada yada and whatever. Not only was it that, but it was it would have cheapened Shiloh's Queen Shiloh. I keep messing that up. It would have cheapened Queen Shiloh's victory and her whole situation. So, but of course, this dude's trying to make bank off of it, because that's what a J does. So, he set up a goal of like 7,000, and it was met. And then he had been called out by that time, so he didn't. I don't think he raised the limit. Maybe he has by now. Maybe he just decided, heck with it, I'm gonna raise it. But his excuse was, well, I lost my job, so I need $7,000 to recover, and that's all I set it for, and whatever. And I think what was the case is he was hoping that he would get paid more and more and more and more, and it would just grow like crazy, like Queen Shiloh's did. But the bottom line is it cheapens her situation, and it was made up anyway, and it also is to spark a little more of the race war. The blacks see that, they get mad as hell. They're like, boy, I wouldn't have said that shit if I was in the car. Lucky is a black female in the car. But really, the females would have normally smashed him or something, or attacked him in some way, you know, if it had been real. So, I mean, you even see them attack cops full on, just start slapping and punching the crap out of them, rushing them, jumping them, screaming while they're attacking them. So, you think some Boone isn't going to smack the crap out of homeboy when he calls her a nigger, and he's got his back turned to her. I mean, all the obvious things, I'll sit you down for a second because I want to open something up. All right. Oh, it was already opened up. Nice. I was a step ahead of myself. Didn't even realize it. Awesome. All right, man. That was good. Yeah, buddy. Mm. Yeah, man. I forgot I had these chocolate things, and I've been meaning to have one as a little pick me up, and I hadn't got around to it yet. So I went ahead and finally did so. I'm glad I did. That little thing's good. All right. But yeah, the little sniveling Jay, he was going to try to replicate everything. He got busted totally because, the whole situation just wasn't how in real life it would have went down. Poor acting. It just wasn't good. Wasn't believable. And oh yeah, I have this other thing too that's all sweet treats too. I forgot. Cool. It's a completely different thing, and I got it a completely different way, but I have more sweet treats. Heck yeah. Just gotta figure out how to open this thing. It's like a funky box. Wow, very fancy. Big giant chocolate bar. I guess. Wow, this thing's so fancy. I can't believe it. How fancy they wrapped it. All this just for a chocolate bar? Oh my gosh. You must have mailed this from across the world. Oh, okay. They're like individual ones. Okay, cool. Fancy dancy. I'll just leave these laying here and snack on them as we chill. Cool. Man, talk about the most fancy box ever. This thing is crazy. All right. Just pick one here, I guess. Now that I just got that on myself a little bit, let's move it over here. Wow, that was really good. Chocolate and peanut butter melted together in it. Yeah, man. That's a way to celebrate a Sabbath evening, y'all, with some chocolate. Yeah? Hello. What would you like? You're confusing me. I don't know what you want. Another thing. Let's just move on to another topic too. All right. Hold on a second. I got you. Check it out. Boom. Look there. All right. Gosh, so many things. I wish I had them all jotted down. I covered the I touched on it a little bit about the insurance thing. So I didn't forget about that. That's good. And I'll figure out what the name of that is. I'll post in the community posts about that when I find the website thing for it, and I'll screenshot all of it and I'll post it on a community post. Excuse me. Let's see what else. Let me just mow through what all in my head I had planned on talking about. I did cover some of them already. I would say even most of them, but I know there's like 2 or 3 more that I'm forgetting. And they were things that happened this week, I imagine, most of them. I covered the fluoride one. Happy about that. What else did we cover? I got through. What else? Yeah, I covered most of the things I wanted to mention, but I know there are like 2 or 3 more that I'm still not all the way, that I'm still not remembering right now, that I would like to remember. Man, these things are freaking awesome. Oh my gosh. Oh, another one I wanted to mention again. Man, those are good. For you folks to be able to find on YouTube. If you're searching around and you what was the exact thing I was typing? I either put white Edomites or whites are the Edomites or something like that. Or no, it was when I was putting in exterminate white people. That's what it is. So if you put in exterminate white people in the YouTube search, of course you're going to see lots of videos that say exterminate white people all along through the titles. But now there are these AI videos. So I guess really what I should do is expound my next rant about, and I should say, to all of the new AI black videos. There are there are hundreds of new AI videos being posted right now, and it just started after the Queen Shiloh incident. And they're all pro-black AI videos. They all involve them conquering white people in some way, shape, or form. And the thing is, every one of them have completely different stories, right? Like, one may be like some we was stuff in the past, like we was gladiators back in the day, and then it's like some story based on some we was and like that. Or it's one from like what you would consider to be modern day. You know, a guy in the 1970s did so and so to a black, and here's what happened, you know. And what they're talking about is a white person did something to him, you know. And real quick, I'll go to those things. I have another device available, so whoops. And what's funny is, you know, and the point reason of me telling you about these again is not only do you know about them, but you need to be aware of the fact that they pop up based on that search, you know. And I'm looking for it now, and you have to go really far, it seems like, before you finally hit them. So maybe I'm misspeaking, and maybe what it really is that you have to be clicked on one of these type of videos that has something to do with it that's pro-black. But this was what I was in the search of when I found them. And I'm talking there are hundreds of them. There was like 100 being posted in one night, all from the same poster that particular time. But it's like if you clicked on one of these pro-black videos, it would start recommending you. Okay, so like I've scrolled far enough down now with Exterminate White People, where here is the title of one video. IUIC, that's their acronym. Colon, the white man can never exterminate the Israelites. And of course, it's some black dude, and it shows other blacks in the background. And it's all high tech looking, though. It's all made like futuristic, like outer space. It shows planets in the background faded into the picture, like they're out in, like they're space travelers. Excuse me. Let's see here. And of course, I'm passing all kinds of vile crap along the way, but I'm just trying to find the AI stories. And once I figure out a more accurate way to search for those, then I will let y'all know, you know, what way I have found that is best to find them. So, like, real quick, I'm just going to try black AI stories and see what it says. Because I know that's kind of a cheesy way to try to pull them up, but hopefully that'll bring them up. Yeah, of course it starts with pro-black everything. Proverbs, the book of Genesis, and it shows blacks in the videos. It shows a black lion, a lion in blackface, literally. I'm not even making it up. Like they spray painted a lion black and put it next to a black dude dressed up in like ancient white people clothes, and it's all about the book of Proverbs. Full AI animated Bible film. Well, that explains why the lion and the black dude are both in it. That's pretty funny. Yeah, so there's like, it admits that they're AI, so, but like this one has 100,000 views, right? Animated story videos for free African folk tales. Yeah, that's not really bringing up good stuff either. I'll have to just figure out a way to search for those things. I wish I would have had a way to just, if I could have kept a tab of it or something going at the time, that's what I would have done. But, I just, at the time, I didn't think to like make it. The thing was, I stumbled across all those suggestions, and it was YouTube recommending them. They were just YouTube recommendations, and it was like one after another, after another, after another, all in the stack as you would scroll along and up and down. And it was just by happenstance that I landed on it. So it wasn't really what I searched that brought any of that. Well, indirectly it brought that stuff up, but it wasn't based on my search originally. So, yeah, I don't see it that way either, being discoverable. So I'm going to have to spend more time researching that before I can give you a definitive on how to just pull it up wham bam right away first try. But it is a thing, and they are all about it now. Apparently they have a team of people spitting out these freaking fake pro-black stories. And again, they're all where the white guy, there's some white guy was trying to harm them, steal from them, rip them off, and then they replied with beating his ass. But it's all with like the thumbnail is all AI generated, looks all high-tech futuristic, has to have planets added in, all this crap. It's like so bizarre to see them. I can't wait for y'all to see them. And I probably should just do a video about those. I could probably make it a training day video. But there are a whole bunch of them, a whole bunch of them. And I'm shocked that I can't pull them up like super easy, but none of them actually said the same things, They all had completely different titles because each story was completely different. So that's why I'm stumped as to what I could possibly type to find them. But I will find them. I will take you on a little journey through them. We'll take a field trip down Martin Luther King Boulevard again. I cannot believe how good these little chocolates are. It's amazing. Good grief. They're made from a company called Norman Love. Y'all look that up. Norman Love. Oh my gosh, these things are delicious. They were just a gift. Somebody gave me a box of some, and man, I've almost eaten the whole box of them. I got 2 more to go. No, I have 3 more to go. But yeah, I'm being naughty. I mean, all of them. Freaking awesome. High fidelity candy, I tell you that. High quality. And it was the best kind, the EBT kind. Free. Somebody gives me some. All right. Yeah, definitely wanted to mention the AI shit. But I'm going to have to do some studying up, and then I'll have to build some visuals so I can present them all to you. In fact, I'm probably going to start surfing the internet with y'all on streams, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. But it's because of my situation. Like, I leave my laptop just chilling on like a very low to the ground table, not super low, but like, not desk height. I just kind of leave it off over there, and I have all my other gear plugged into it over there. And then I just use a wireless to walk around so that I'm not trapped at the computer. I don't have to sit there and look at it and be stuck in a chair. And so for me to change all that out, move it somewhere else where I really don't want it, has just prevented me from starting to surf the internet. But I will start doing so with y'all pretty soon. And when I do, I'll have by then known where to what to type to take us to that part of the hood, and I'll be able to drive us directly there without having to find our way there. And y'all will be able to behold with your own eyes all the crazy AI stories that are out now. And they all, again, just one random night. It was the night that I discovered them is the night when they were starting to pump them out. I noticed each one said 1 hour old, 1 hour old, 1 hour old. And, there must have been 50 that came from just this one channel. So I'm like, okay, well, none of that's organic, that's for sure. And and then they got huge views already, I imagine. I don't know that. But I'm just guessing based on how pathetic YouTube is about them when they post videos. They'll give them 100,000 views, for free, just to make them look like they get views. But not all of them. It's so weird. Why is YouTube not promoting the Black Hebrews, the Harambe Hebrews? Why is YouTube not giving all the Harambe Hebrews? Gosh, I can't talk tonight. Why is YouTube not giving all of the Harambe Hebrews, 200,000 and 300,000 free views per video that they make? I find that very curious because they inflate blacks regularly, with hundreds of thousands of fake views and stuff. So, like, I've shown you a few in the community posts before, like the one nog that he was just doing some simpleton thing and he got 450,000 views, and it was just like a nothing burger thing he was doing, but he's black, so token viewism, and really, since he's black, it was the Jews just inflated his view count, He probably had 44,000 views or 4,000 views, and they just made it 444, 446 or whatever. And I forget what it was, but it was like some simpleton shit, like I'm testing out this vacuum cleaner or whatever. But, ooh, that one's good too. Man. Yo, this chocolate company. Huh. They have nothing to do with me. And I didn't, I'm not even promoting them. I'm just letting you know, if you ever see any of that shit anywhere, and if someone offers you a chocolate out of it, go on and get it. You're going to like it. That shit is good. My goodness. Wow, I ate the whole box of them already. Gone. Oh, well. That was amazing. Goodness mercy. All right. Freaking awesome. Um, but yeah, we will. We'll get into the AI stuff pretty soon that they make, and and we'll figure out. We'll try to dig deeper and figure out, who is this team of mofuggers putting out all this freaking pro-black AI all of a sudden. Um, of course we know it's yitty diddlers, but it's just curious that they're doing it so just blatantly, and why haven't they, knowing that they inflate other blacks videos on other channels, why haven't they inflated the the Harambe Hebrews and the NOI, the Nation of Islam blacks? It's so funny to watch the Nation of Islam blacks because they only know Laikum Assalam or Assalamu alaikum and Laikum Assalam, like to say back and forth to each other. That's the only Arabic they ever learn of the Islam religion that they're so claim is theirs. You know what I mean? And I'm also curious why the Muslims don't just chop them up for that shit and consider it a massive insult to them. But somehow the Muslims don't seem to bother them. They must have just rolled their eyes and laughed their butt off at them. But that's all they know. They know Alaikum Assalamu alaikum, alaikum assalam that you say back to the motherfucker after they say it. And that's it. They don't know anything else. So, if you ever stumble upon them and they're screaming all their BS at you, be like, oh, freaking, you speak Arabic? And they'll be like, no. Like, oh, you're Islamic, right? You're Islam, right? Yeah, oh, well, assalamu alaikum. That's all they'll be able to say to you. So funny. Um, what else? What else? Gosh, I know there were things this week that I know there were other things. What were they? We covered the fluoride thing. I already mentioned that. Which was a thing I did want to mention. Um, and it wasn't just Florida, but that was like there were like multiple states, but Florida I think was the one that kicked all this off, you know. So God bless them, and I hope it spreads to every state. It doesn't affect me in my state because I live on a well, you know, but it doesn't matter. I care about it for all of our people. I want all of our people in each state to have it banned from their water. And so I hope it's true. I hope it really does end up being the thing. But supposedly it's already banned, and I guess it's Florida that started it. So, um, who knows? I haven't looked up to see when it's supposed to take effect and all that shit. But, you know, hopefully it's super quick, like immediate or whatever. Um, So we've been poisoning our kids now for, gosh, 100 years almost. It's been now. No, that's not true. About 80 though. About 80 years. Ever since we started making aluminum, the byproduct is fluoride. And we started heavily making aluminum in basically the 60s, and so right about from that time on, it didn't take them much longer, and it might have even been in the 60s where they imposed it into our water. Because the Jews got away with a lot with us in the 60s. It's pretty wild. So I don't remember when they imposed it, but I'm willing to bet it was in the 60s. Covered the thing about the insurance, yes. Um,
Oh, and this is going to sound petty, but I don't give a fuck because everything being stolen from white people matters. You know what I mean? Every time I see someone with a Papa John's box, it has Shaq on it now instead. Different picture angles or whatever, but it's always Shaq on the box now. And I don't give a shit if he's got the most, holds the most, the majority of the shares or something, you know, as far as on Wall Street or whatever. I could care less. I don't want to see Shaq on Papa John's pizza boxes. You know what I mean? And it started off with just one big extra large they were selling. But now they've just cucked it down to the smaller boxes, and now he's on everything. Get off me. And, you know, Papa John's was built by a based white guy who said hard R and had to give up his business. I mean, granted, he already made it public. Granted, he already had sold off, you know, a bulk of his shares of it, ownership of it. But, you know, and what a dumb move that was, because he'd be swimming in cash compared to, you know, doing it the way they did. But, you know, that totally cost him everything. And, you know, had he never sold his, had he never put his company on the market, they would have maybe got away with that, you know. But because he, you know, early on quickly sold his soul out, um, yeah, no truth. What else? But yeah, that one's crazy though. Gonna have to cover that soon. What else? The dirt. There was more weather mod news the other day. I didn't read it yet though. I took a screenshot of them all, the pages of it, so I could read it later. But I didn't read it yet. But they got some new program going out or kicking in that allows them to spray additional things more so than they used to spray and at lower altitudes or something. I don't know. I didn't read a whole bunch of it. That's coming. Um, the ATF just pulled some bad stunt this week too, and it's got all the gunners mad. Um, let's see what else was in the current events. Um, forget already again. Let me see. um, let's see. Let me hit this and this. Oh yeah, the two J-ish twats killed supposedly. I don't buy it. I think it was a staged event. And there were other people that agreed with me that, you know, after they looked over the footage and what little bit it was available, whatever, and then and now I don't even know if it is. But the it isn't shit anyway though. It's like, you know, crappy or whatever. But that's what part of proving it's a hoax, you know, does. But since it's Jay's in front of a synagogue and all that, you know, they love to do it right at their doorstep. Um, I declare that whole thing was, you know, fake and gay. And what they'll do is they'll use that to be, their catalyst to go after somebody. But my point of mentioning them was different from others is that the what you call it, um, Dad gummit, I've been awake too long. The man, I've had it rough this week, no doubt. It's a miracle I managed to remember as many things so far as I did, but I know it'll come back to me in a second here. Sorry for your wait if you don't sit. Of course, you can just fast forward it. Oh my gosh, I'm having like the toughest night ever. It seems, as far as trying to recall when I lose my track there. Um, oh, the two J's. It's fake and gay. It's staged, and they'll use it as a little manipulating tool. But the other thing that I wanted to mention about it is notice it's just two measly Jays. Now, they've been over in Gaza killing by the tens of thousands, weekly. And yet, when these two Nogs allegedly get killed, presidential address. Literally, Trump gave a presidential address about it, a presser about it. And, you know, the the fact that it's Jews, the fact that it was in front of the synagogue. I mean, it's all just too perfect of a situation for it not to be bullshit, you know. And of course, the byproduct is also gaining more support and sympathy from the conservatives and all this other stuff. Um, but we got a presidential address about these two measly Jews. Um, it's just crazy that you know, if you and your family were killed tomorrow, there would be no presidential address. You know what I mean? Even if you voted Trump both terms, da da da, it wouldn't matter. But for these two, just two, not even like 52 or 12 or 102, two Jews, we get a presidential address. It's truly wild to behold. Um, man, so many things. I got to revisit them, all of them in my head just to land on the certain ones um, that I had missed earlier. But um, I did manage to cover like most of the topics I wanted to cover tonight. It just touch on them a little bit each. Definitely going to do a whole video about kosher and how it's garbage and why. Um, I'm definitely going to do a video about all the black AI stories against white people that are being just pumped out like hotcakes. Um, just going to take me a little longer to get up and go with it again. And in the meantime, of course, a million other things will happen. But we got to keep Queen Shiloh alive. We got to keep her relevant, and we got to keep her name, Queen Shiloh, in comment section, bothering the crud out of the other YouTube commenters. Um, what else? We covered the fellow white who tried to replicate Queen Shiloh's situation. I think we covered most of the things. Of course, there are things I could include, but it's already been, running a little while, and I do want to get up tomorrow and enjoy my Sabbath with some others. And so we're getting up early, and we're all going to meet up, early. But I did manage to hit most of the things I wanted to talk about tonight, at least just touch on them and give a proper based, narrative with it. I have, of course, countless other things that already have happened and that that will happen. But and that's what sucks, is because while it takes me a while to finally get around to putting all these different doodads together and whatever, too much time is passing, and it's like ends up being not worth it. So I'll probably cut it down a little bit early, tonight. If one of the other subjects before we shut down pops up, I'll cover that too real quick. But, some of these deserve their own videos. I just wanted to do kind of a smorgasbord rant because, I seen all these different things go on, like the stupid sport cuck dad, and shame on him. And, just other random things that it had already been, a long time since I got to stream. So I'm like, man, I at least need to try to just do one tonight. And, I do got to get up at a decent hour tomorrow, but I at least wanted to get one cranking tonight just to, know that I managed to get one out. And that one had been the one bothering me the most, as it did a lot of you, I'm sure, this week. And so I just wanted to, bring attention to that situation. Sports cuckery, it's just not healthy for our people. It's not natural for our people. It would be fine and still normal and still okay and still whatever, still Americana, if you will, if we were in an all-white world. But we are not. So they are not your New York Knicks. They are not your Oakland Raiders or whoever. Instead, it is Afro-ball. Anywhere third worlders exist is the third world. And so that isn't the ball team that you remember it being anymore. Now it's a ball team full of nogs. And of course, most of you who are younger, that is the color you've always seen those teams. But really, all teams, all NFL teams, all NBA teams used to be 100% pure white. And that is the club that you could still support if that existed. But the way they all are now, they're all Afro ball. They're all idolization of blacks. They're all teaching you you also, but teaching your women and children to idolize blacks along with you. All the reasons I covered earlier, bolstering them in our society when the Jews are already doing that artificially, says them in their Calgary plan, and that this is the perfect well-oiled machine to do just that. And, there are other subjects that kind of mesh with that to form an even greater understanding of all that stuff. But the bottom line is this one precisely just by itself was a good example. And Sports Cuck Dude, good example for that. So I just wanted to, as best I could, do something tonight so that I could bring up those things
say my piece about them. It's not really my piece. It's just put the biblical perspective from our people's Bible on it. And I also wanted to just be able to say happy Sabbath to everyone. And I plan on doing another stream much sooner. I'm not going to have to wait, 2 weeks or whatever before I can do another stream. And the next one, I will have things all prepared and sorted. I'll have notes. I'll make sure I do notes so that I don't forget one of the subjects that I was wanting to cover. I'll have different visuals than slideshows. I'll go ahead and either be surfing the internet and have the tabs ready so you don't have to wait and I can just bow, go tab to tab. Or perhaps I'll build a PowerPoint or something else. I don't know. But I will do a different visuals thing next time. And probably it will be surfing the internet. That's kind of what we're going to do. And so the streams will get progressively better from now on, most likely, most often, because I'll do, I'll start doing the internet surfing. And but the thing is, the reason I haven't done it yet is because it's kind of a hassle to get them all ready in advance, So I just didn't have time to do that also. Otherwise, I would have done it tonight. But I did have one of these slideshows to scroll along, though, to give people props who posted those things and to just show the crimes that, we're tolerating from this one kind only. And, but really it boils down to all of them. And so that is what, is our big problem. And you see folks all the time say, and it's not a race problem, we have a problem, race. Well, that's true, sort of, but it really is a race problem. We do have a race problem. And it's because we have a whole bunch of problem races, not just one. So the saying is, getting closer, but it's not all the way accurate. Kind of like it's not all of them, but it's always them. Yeah, it's all of them, actually. So you weren't quite over the target until you admit that it's all of them. Yeah, we covered all the major doodads that I wanted to talk about with y'all. I did cover the reasons for the sports cuck thing. I cut through all of that. I actually did pretty good for, now that I think back on the stream. I mean, I did go through a lot of stuff for not having any notes. And for being up so long, and I'm just like, I'm loopy. I'm out of it. I've been on the go, and then I got poisoned, and I freaking barely lived through that, and then I had to recover all week, and it didn't take me all week to recover, but it took me all the way till yesterday to recover. So, almost a week anyway. And, it's just it discombobulated me is what it did, So I've been just making little weird errors and things I'm doing, or I'll have to do something twice because I'm just making myself double work or whatever. And so this stream was no different for the week, that's for sure, from the rest of my week. But, I'll be back at it and feeling fine and thinking normal and stuff again next stream. And I'm sorry I didn't get to the chat with anybody tonight. I was actually not near the computer where I could see any of that. I was just roaming around with my mic. But I will, visit the chat on the next one. I just wanted y'all to have an opportunity to be able to just chat among each other and while I rant in the background. And on the whole, most of the time I do go through the chat and cover everything. So for everybody that did show up real quick and say something in the chat at least, I'll just scroll along and say hi to y'all, since I know definitively that y'all have visited. Shelly has stopped by. Hello, dear. God bless. Happy Sabbath to you. Dab 420. Hello. Good to see you. And he said 88 and Hail Hitler. With the hard R, Hitler. That's right. God bless and Godspeed to you and happy Sabbath. Evan Smith, hello. God bless. I hope you're well. Algernon Rose, hello. God bless. Lacey, God bless you, dear. Happy Sabbath. Christendom Defender has been here at some point tonight. God bless and hello. And hope you are well. And that looks like, nope, Miss Little White Knight has been here. Hello. God bless you. Happy Sabbath to you, dear. And let's see if I missed anybody else here. I got to keep going. Just to double check. Up. Donk. Leitgenswasser. Hello. God bless and Godspeed to you. Happy Sabbath. Shelly was actually here way early on, way back in the beginning. So hello again to you. God bless. Vlad, the kebabber, had been here. Hello. God bless. I hope you enjoy your Sabbath tonight and tomorrow. Happy Sabbath to you and Godspeed to you. Let's see here. We got, okay. I think I have covered everybody now at this point. But yeah, so God bless you all. Enjoy your Sabbath, and I'm sorry that I wasn't able to do a big mega long one tonight like usual and just go nonstop ranting, but I did try to cover a whole bunch of points in just one shorter thing tonight. And hopefully I covered enough of each thing to have proven my point enough. But if I haven't, hit me up about whatever thing I could have elaborated on better, or whichever things I fell apart in the middle of because I got sidetracked on my detailing it and never finished it. By all means, remind me of those, and I will finish those off on another stream. But the next ones will get better. We'll start surfing the internet. It'll basically be like training day, but live. We'll be doing live training day. Oh, shit. That's going to be fun. So, Godspeed to you all. I hope you have a wonderful Sabbath tonight and tomorrow. I hope you have a great Sabbath's rest. Don't forget to do your Sabbath prayers. Worship our God all throughout the day in your heart, mind, and soul. Tomorrow, don't forget to teach your kids to do it also. Or, your loved ones that are your age or older, whoever you still have as family that you can, start sending happy Sabbath messages to. It's a long uphill battle. We look like we've been getting these big wins, and on paper we've been getting some big wins, but we still have yet to see any results, about any real massive changes for white people for the better yet. So, though they are allegedly in the works, we haven't actually seen the fruit of it yet, and so I'm a wait till I see it kind of guy before I believe it in this situation. And so, we still may have quite a long time. We still may have 25 years, y'all. That cringes for me to have to say that. I hope to God it's not that far in the future. But we may still have to wait 25 whole more years before enough white people are finally uncucked, And I hope we snap out of our cuckery much sooner than that. If it was up to me, we would have our country back tomorrow. So, our movement is not popular. It doesn't attract, huge views. Of course, you can attract thousands or whatever, but it doesn't do like some random nog video that they'll put 3 or 30 million views on it, or just declare that that's how many views it's had to artificially make them go viral, just like the Calgary plan says. So, the drills. Keep your head on a swivel, never relax. All the usuals.
anytime you see, anything anti-white being said or being done to whiteys and all that, then you just already know it's the other kind. It's the itty diddlers. And just you know, apply your knowledge to keep yourself safe. You know, you have this knowledge that other people don't. Um, do what you can to um, basically just avoid at all cost. Um, and I know there's a lot of situations where we're totally hosed, and we got to let them just be there. But I'm just talking about once the great day comes back, they'll all be gone. We'll be back to normal. Um, and those days will come. And I'm hoping they come in our lifetime. We've just got to snap enough white people out of their stupor, and then that's it. We will be rock and rolling, and I look forward to that day so much. Um, our children will be able to roam free again. Our daughters will be able to go wherever, and at prom they'll have a nice white guy, and but it's going to take the restoration of our country, the taking of our country, and the restoration of our country. And I don't want it to happen in 25 years. I want it to happen now. Why wait 25 years more before we finally do it? Why wait 75 or 12 more years before we finally do it? We've got to come to grips with the fact that we've got to do it at some point. So, I say now is better than later. Yesterday would have been even better. And so let's just keep doing our part. If you would, please. I do. I'm in the comment section all the time. Anytime I'm not on a 24-hour ban, you'll see me out there in comment sections, in chats. So I hope all of you enjoy your day tomorrow. Don't forget to do your Sabbath prayers. Don't forget to worship God and be grateful for everything about Sabbath. 52 of them a year you get to enjoy. That's how special you are. So 6 days shall you do whatever, but on that last day, even though helicopter flying is your favorite thing or whatever, since it's your everyday thing, that's not what God says to do. And it's logical. It ain't really about that crazy awesome airplane or anything else. It's just the fact of obedience. They just want obedience. God wants, sorry, my thing here got messed up. But bottom line is we have to, follow our God, follow his 10 commandments, the number fourth one being the Sabbath. And God says himself that he will drive the invaders out of our land. And he says, and then I will heal your land. That means he will give us so many years of prosperity that we will create many children again per family household. We will work together in teams to build magnificent structures again that last another 200 years, which is laughable to our ancient elders. But, 200 years to us is long-term, long-build construction. We'll be able to leave behind true legacy, if we do it in our lifetime. And, we're primed for a war against us. Everything is ready to go. The race war it's so ready to go. It's unbelievable, and as we don't wake up certain white people, they will end up being, caught up, as it's called, in the whole thing, and my goal was just to bring the truth. Doesn't matter what my opinion is, doesn't matter what your opinion is. God says certain things. He expects these things of us as his inventor. And so we are just to shut the F up and obey, basically, kind of attitude. And And so that's what, that's what the channel was for, was just to snap white people out of their stupidity and, get us to all start keeping Sabbath again. And then, wouldn't you know, God will smile down upon us in real time. It won't be years from now or any of that. It'll be within weeks or days, or several months. But that blessing will come. And I hope it does for all of you. But yeah, I guess that's all the things. So I'll go ahead and kill her. But that was a good little rant on the sports cuckery, and it needs to be said. It needs to be repeated. It's ridiculous that our people do the type of cuckery that they do, the type of idolatry. All of it is just, it's vomit inducing to me, and it should be vomit inducing to you. Take care. God bless. I will see y'all on another one.